Chapter 2231. Chu Mu and Shui Yinling were in charge of the left side and the right side respectively. They raised their senses to the extreme. Chu Mu used the origin of sword wei in his spiritual world to release the corresponding aura. It turned into ripples and spread to one side. In the blink of an eye, it covered a radius of a few thousand meters. Shui Yinling also mobilized her power. She combined the void sword scripture with her own soul and radiated her aura. Even if a Dominator Realm expert wanted to sense a secret realm here, it would not be easy. Chu Mu and Shui Yinling's abilities were outstanding, far surpassing half-step great emperors and even many great emperors. However, compared to a true Dominator Realm expert, there was still a gap. Fortunately, there were records from the Snow Clan ancestors. They could confirm that the Mystery Land was in this area. Searching blindly was too inefficient. It was naturally easier to search purposefully. Chu Mu and Shui Yinling worked together and searched every inch of this area carefully. The Mystery Land was very strange. It was as big as a mountain and as small as a mustard seed. It could be fixed in one place or it could move around. Whether they could find the Mystery Land depended not only on their abilities, but also on their luck. Chu Mu and Shui Yinling had both abilities and luck. The rest depended on time. They carefully searched every inch of the void, not missing a single spot. Although their auras covered an area of several thousand meters, it was still too small compared to this area. A few days later, their progress was not obvious. They had not even searched 1/10 of this area. However, they were very patient. 10 days later, they still had not found it. 15 days later, they still had not found it. However, Chu Mu and Shui Yinling's expressions did not change at all. The 30th day, Chu Mu, who was searching, suddenly paused. There seemed to be a flash of light in his eyes. Yinling, concentrate your senses here. Chu Mu stretched out his hand and drew an area in front of him. Just now he had a strange feeling. It disappeared in a flash. He could not tell if it was real or an illusion. Okay. Shui Yinling transferred her senses to the area that Chu Mu had drawn. The two of them started to sense the area as if they were searching inch by inch. 1 day passed, but the feeling did not appear again. The 2nd day passed, and the 3rd day passed as well. On the 4th day, the Snow Silver Spirit successfully captured a trace of energy fluctuation. On the 5th day, Chu Mu and Shui Yinling both caught a trace of energy fluctuation. On the 6th day, the two of them simultaneously captured that trace of aura and locked onto it. Shui Yinling took out something. It was a snow-white crystal. She tapped on the crystal with her hands. The crystal trembled and exploded. It turned into a snow-white light and shot forward. The first step was to discover the aura of the secret territory. The second step was to make the secret territory appear from the void. Even an Emperor Realm expert would find it difficult to do that, let alone a half-step Emperor Realm expert. Even though Chu Mu and Shui Yinling weren't ordinary half-step great emperors, sometimes the limitations of cultivation were so obvious that they could only resort to trickery. The snow-white crystal had been left behind by the ancestors of the Snow Clan. It was a treasure used to open the secret territory. Shui Yinling had already brought it with her. Under the impact of the snow-white energy, the secret territory seemed to appear from the void. It slowly appeared in front of Chu Mu and Shui Yinling. There was a silent shock. At such a close distance, they saw a huge celestial body appear from the void. It was an unparalleled shock to their souls. The secret realm was huge, and when it appeared, it brought with it a powerful aura that swept out like a storm. It rushed in all directions, and rumbling sounds were constantly transmitted and shook the area. Such energy fluctuations could not be hidden for long. Soon, other experts would feel the energy fluctuations and rush over. The aura of the secret territory was unavoidable. Unless one had the strength of a demigod sovereign and sealed it with a strength or made preparations in advance and set up layers of seals. Chu Mu and Shui Yinling were not demigod sovereigns. As for setting up layers of seals, one's attainments in sealing had to be extremely high. One had to be at least a sovereign realm expert and spend at least a few months to set them up. Chu Mu and Xue Yinling did not meet these two conditions. 2 hours later, the celestial body's secret realm was fully revealed. The energy that surrounded the celestial body secret realm gradually weakened. Only after the energy had completely disappeared could one enter the celestial body's secret realm. Otherwise, one would be heavily injured or even killed by the energy. Fortunately, it was quite far away. It would take some time for other experts to feel the aura of the secret territory. It would also take some time for them to rush over. Chu Mu and Xue Yinling had to enter the secret territory within that period of time to get the most benefits or to control the secret territory. For hours later, under Chu Mu and Xue Yinling's weight, the energy outside the secret realm finally disappeared completely. The two of them turned into a stream of light and flew towards the secret realm. The closer they got, the more they could feel the vastness of the secret realm. The aura of the secret territory gave Chu Mu and Xue Yinling a feeling of dominance and majesty. For no reason, the aura of the ancient spirit clan flashed in Chu Mu's mind. It seemed to be similar to the aura of the secret territory. Of course, compared to the aura of the ancient spirit clan in the grand competition, the aura of the secret territory was countless times stronger. It was like comparing a firefly to the sun. Without thinking too much, Chu Mu and Xue Yinling entered the celestial secret territory. As soon as they entered the celestial secret territory, they were immediately surrounded by rich origin energy. The origin energy was extremely pure and had turned into liquid. Chu Mu and Xue Yinling felt as if they were in a sea of origin energy. However, it did not affect their breathing. The two of them were extremely shocked. Soon after, they came to their senses. This secret realm should be a secret realm that mainly relied on Yuan power. The two of them looked at each other and could not help but reveal a disappointed expression. Of course, it was not that the origin energy secret territory was bad. It was just relatively speaking. Qi cultivation, body cultivation, and spirit cultivation. Most of the human clan cultivators focused on Qi cultivation, which was the cultivation of origin energy. However, origin energy was not the only means of combat, nor was it the only composition of strength. The more powerful a cultivator was, the more origin energy would be auxiliary. The real determinants of strength were the power of heaven and earth and the cultivation methods of martial arts. Therefore, compared to other secret territories, the origin energy secret territory was relatively less valuable to the human clan. Compared to the origin energy secret territory, Chu Mu and Xue Yinling preferred other secret territories. Any kind would be good. Of course, for the ancient spirit clan, the origin energy secret territory was the best secret territory. If the ancient spirit clan discovered this secret territory, they would be ecstatic. It couldn't be helped. Although Chu Mu and Xue Yinling weren't satisfied, they had spent a lot of effort to find this secret realm. Now that they had entered, they had to search around. Perhaps they could find some extraordinary treasures. Without hesitation, the two of them wandered quickly in the sea of origin energy in the origin energy secret territory. No matter what kind of secret territory it was, there would be many treasures in a newly discovered secret territory. Therefore, Chu Mu and Xue Yinling quickly found pieces of origin energy crystals. The smallest of these elemental energy crystals were no smaller than a human head, while the larger ones were as large as a boulder. Every single one of them was crystal clear and contained a rich and pure elemental energy fluctuation. Simply put, they were formed from pure elemental energy that had been condensed and solidified over countless years. Although the value of the origin energy secret territory was lower than other secret territories for Chu Mu and Xue Yinling, these origin energy crystals were still valuable. They were suitable for cultivators at any stage. Moreover, they could be sold. Selling them to the ancient spirit clan was undoubtedly the best. Therefore, the more the better. The two of them moved swiftly. Piece after piece of yuan power crystals were continuously stored into their space rings. Without a doubt, in this yuan energy mystic realm, yuan energy crystals were as common as rocks and could be found everywhere. As they kept collecting origin energy crystals, Chu Mu and Shui Yinling went deeper into the secret territory. After a while, Chu Mu found a stone that was different from the origin energy crystals. The stone was not big, about half a fist in size. It looked similar to the origin energy crystals, but it exuded the aura of origin energy. An origin energy stone. An origin energy stone was a gem that contained the aura of origin energy. There were different types. For example, the origin energy stone handed over by the one-step Great Emperor was a snow origin energy stone. This origin energy stone should be an origin energy stone. The value of an origin energy stone was naturally many times higher than that of an origin energy crystal. If an origin energy crystal was an ordinary stone, then an origin energy stone was like a diamond. Finding an origin energy stone was an unexpected surprise. Chu Mu was very satisfied. The huge celestial secret territory floated quietly in the chaotic void. It exuded strong origin energy, fluctuations that were overbearing and majestic. After a while, 3 figures flew over from afar and stopped in front of the celestial secret territory. A new secret territory. What bad luck. It's an origin energy secret territory. Not bad. We've been searching for a long time, but we haven't found a single secret realm. Although the Yuan Force secret realms aren't as good, it's still better than nothing. Furthermore, these secret realms are the ancient spirits' favorite. If we can take them and sell them to the ancient spirits, we'll get a high price. Let's go in quickly before others come to fight for it. As soon as the 3 of them finished speaking, they turned into rays of light and shot towards the Yuan-Li secret realm. All of them were great emperors. Not long after the 3 of them entered, a few more figures appeared and approached rapidly. When they saw that it was the origin energy secret territory, they paused for a moment before quickly entering the secret territory. About half a day later, a figure exuding an overbearing aura approached and stopped in front of the origin energy secret territory. He was extremely excited because he was from the ancient spirit clan. Chapter 2232. The ancient spirit clan focused on cultivation. Almost all the sovereigns of the ancient spirit clan had condensed origin energy. Therefore, the origin energy secret realm was very important to the ancient spirit clan. That was why the sovereigns of the ancient spirit clan were so excited when they saw the origin energy secret realm. Not long after the sovereigns of the ancient spirit clan entered the origin energy secret realm, many experts came from afar. Although they were a little disappointed when they saw the origin energy secret realm, it was better than nothing. They also thought that they could sell it to the ancient spirit clan. As more and more experts entered the origin energy secret realm, there would be a lot of competition. In the end, who could become the owner of the origin energy secret realm would depend on their own abilities. Chu Mu and Shui Yinling were the first to enter, so they had a little more time than the others. When the second group of people entered, they didn't know how many origin energy crystals they had collected. They also found a few origin energy stones. Chu Mu and Shui Yinling knew that it was impossible to hide it from others. It was also extremely difficult to collect the origin energy secret realm. Therefore, they could only try their best to collect as many benefits as they could. When it was about time, they would leave. Although they felt helpless, it was a way to protect themselves. Gaining experience didn't mean that they were going to die. Fortunately, the origin energy secret realm wasn't small. For the time being, Chu Mu and Shui Yinling wouldn't encounter others. More and more origin energy crystals were collected into their spatial rings. Every once in a while, they would find an origin energy stone. Its value couldn't be compared to origin energy crystals. The origin energy secret realm was filled with origin energy crystals. In addition to origin energy crystals, there were also some spiritual herbs that grew according to origin energy. They didn't have leaves and were like corals. Each of them was crystal clear and emitted strong origin energy waves. This kind of origin energy, spiritual herb, could be consumed directly. The pure origin energy in it was much purer than origin energy crystals. There was no need to refine it into an elixir. Its effect wasn't inferior to an elixir. Because there were no impurities in it, there wouldn't be any toxicity. Origin energy crystals, origin energy spiritual herbs, and origin energy stones. Chu Mu and Shui Yinling were heading towards the center of the secret realm. The center of the secret realm was where the origin energy was. After finding the origin and refining it, one could control the secret realm and become the owner of the secret realm. At that time, anyone who entered the secret realm would be repelled by the power of the secret realm and would be forced to leave instantly. However, refining a secret realm's origin wasn't an easy task. Even a true sovereign realm expert would need a certain amount of time to do so. It was even more difficult for anyone below the sovereign realm to refine it. Chu Mu and Shui Yinling were also trying their luck. If they could succeed, they would succeed. If not, they would retreat. They were heading towards the center of the secret realm. The other experts who had entered the secret realm were also heading towards the center of the secret realm. They were faster than Chu Mu and Shui Yinling. However, Chu Mu and Shui Yinling had entered the secret realm earlier than them. Therefore, they were in the lead. However, this lead couldn't be maintained for long. Chu Mu and Shui Yinling weren't slow either. At least, they were among the top experts below the Great Emperor realm. Wherever they passed, the origin energy crystals and origin energy spiritual herbs would disappear and appear in their interspatial rings. The closer they got to the center, the purer and stronger origin energy waves could be felt. This meant that they were getting closer to the origin energy of the secret realm. Chu Mu collected another large wave of origin energy crystals. After a while, a light appeared in front of them. It was strong, but not dazzling. The light was white like a small sun. Strong fluctuations of the source energy were being released from the white light, and they were constantly rushing forward. Origin energy, origin. Chu Mu and Shui Yinling's eyes lit up. This was the center of the origin energy secret realm, the origin energy of the secret realm. Around the secret realm source, Chu Mu and Shui Yinling also saw many huge elemental energy crystals and elemental energy, herbs over a meter long. Other than that, there were also extremely rare elemental energy source stones scattered around. There were at least 100 of them. Without any hesitation, the two moved quickly. In the blink of an eye, they had collected all the origin energy crystals, origin energy spiritual herbs, and origin energy stones. Chu Mu saw that there was a regular, multifaceted crystal right below the origin energy of the secret realm. It seemed to be white and transparent at the same time. It was also emitting a faint light. Chu Mu moved his mind, and an invisible hand grabbed the regular, multifaceted crystal. He immediately put it into his interspatial ring. "Let's try to refine it," Chu Mu said. He and Shui Yinling appeared on the left and right sides of the origin energy of the secret realm. They pressed their hands on the origin energy of the secret realm and started to refine it. To refine the origin energy of the secret realm, it was best to have the origin energy of the secret realm. In other words, it was most suitable for a sovereign realm expert to refine it. Of course, a demigod sovereign could refine it in an instant. Chu Mu had the sword principle origin. Although it was not comparable to a real sovereign realm expert, it was more suitable for him to refine the origin energy of the secret realm than most great emperors. In this regard, Shui Yinling could not compare with Chu Mu. Although she was a sovereign realm sword spirit of the void and was sensitive to the origin energy, she did not have the origin energy now. Chu Mu mobilized the sword principle origin that he had mastered and refined it continuously. He began to achieve some results. He estimated that at this speed, It would take at least 10 days to refine the origin energy of the secret realm. 10 days. Sometimes it was very short, but sometimes it was very long. Especially at a time like this, Chu Mu estimated that not long after, other people would come here. Chu Mu made a prompt decision and withdrew his hands. Yinling, let's leave this place immediately, Chu Mu said. Shui Yinling was stunned at first. Then, she nodded and withdrew her hands quickly. She flew in another direction. She was very smart and immediately understood what Chu Mu meant. Although she was a little disappointed, she did not hesitate at all. As expected, less than an hour after the two of them left the origin energy of the secret realm, a few figures approached them quickly. Someone has been here, one of the great emperors said immediately when he saw that there was no one around the origin energy of the secret realm. Don't worry about it. Let's refine the origin energy of the secret realm immediately, the other great emperors said quickly. Compared to the things that had been collected, the origin energy of the secret realm was the most important. As long as they refined the origin energy of the secret realm and successfully controlled the secret realm, they would have endless resources. The great emperors immediately took action and used their methods to refine the origin energy. However, as more and more people arrived, it was destined that they would not succeed. We found this place first, one of the great emperors said coldly as he stared at the others who had just arrived. His powerful aura fluctuated continuously. Childish, the people who had just arrived said disdainfully. The three parties were at loggerheads. Although it was only the origin energy secret realm, it was still very valuable. No one wanted to give it up. On the other side, Chu Mu and Shui Yinling retreated quickly. Origin energy crystals, origin energy spiritual herbs, and origin energy stones were all collected along the way. Nothing was left behind. Suddenly, a powerful aura rushed over from the front. It was majestic and shocking. It was similar to the energy fluctuations of the origin energy secret realm. Chu Mu and Shui Yinling were locked on before they could react. A terrifying aura suppressed them. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared in front of them. Chu Mu could tell at a glance that it was an ancient spirit clan expert, a sovereign realm expert of the ancient spirit clan. Half-step great emperors dare to enter this place. The sovereign realm expert of the ancient spirit clan looked at Chu Mu and Shui Yinling. His tone was neither cold nor warm. It was hard to tell whether he was hostile or not. Hand over everything you have obtained here. This was the origin energy secret realm. Everything inside was naturally related to origin energy. To the ancient spirit clan, everything was a treasure. Naturally, he would not let it go. As a sovereign realm expert, you want to make things difficult for two half-step great emperors. Don't you know that you are going overboard? Chu Mu asked. The sovereign realm expert of the ancient spirit clan did not answer. His aura suddenly surged with killing intent. It attacked instantly as if he was going to kill Chu Mu and Shui Yinling. The difference in strength between the two parties was too big. Even if both of them had trump cards, they could not resist. Once the battle started, they would definitely be killed. Just this kind of aura with killing intent brought great pressure to Chu Mu and Shui Yinling. Suddenly, a strong aura spread out from Chu Mu's body. It instantly shattered the sovereign realm experts, killing intent, and rushed back. The aura was vast and mighty, with a sharpness that could pierce through anything in the world. The sovereign realm expert of the ancient spirit clan's expression changed drastically. He felt a warning from the aura. The aura was so strong that it was far stronger than his. They were not on the same level at all. The ancient spirit clan had always been domineering. The stronger the ancient spirit clan was, the more domineering they were. However, at this moment, the sovereign realm expert of the ancient spirit clan hesitated and then retreated. He was not sure if he could kill the two half-step great emperors if he attacked. Of course, if he killed them, he would also suffer revenge. The owner of the aura was much stronger than him. After weighing the pros and cons, the sovereign realm expert of the ancient spirit clan, decided to give up. His figure flashed, and he flew past Chu-Mu and Xue Yinling, quickly going to the origin of the secret realm. Chu-Mu and Xue Yinling, who had escaped the calamity, were relieved. The sovereign realm expert was too strong. Compared to them, it was like comparing the scorching sun with a firefly. The sovereign realm expert could kill them with a single thought. They would not be able to resist at all. However, the aura of the sovereign realm expert surprised Chu-Mu and Xue Yinling. The two of them thought as they quickly left. Then they were lucky. They did not encounter any other experts and rushed out of the origin energy secret realm. We found the secret realm and gained some benefits. However, we're not strong enough. Let's go back and continue to cultivate, said Chu-Mu. Okay. Xue Yinling agreed. Chapter 2233. The snow-white flying ship flew rapidly through the chaotic void. After leaving the Yuanli secret realm, Chu-Mu and Xue Yinling did not plan to continue searching for other secret realms. Firstly, they had already found the secret realm recorded by the Snow Tribe. They had spent some time and gained a lot, but they had encountered great danger and almost lost their lives. Secondly, it was more difficult to search for other secret realms without a target. The probability of encountering danger was also higher. This trip to the secret realm made them realize that their current strength was not enough. At the very least, they had to become true great emperors. The two of them secretly decided that they would not go out until they became great emperors. After all, some trump cards could only be used once or twice. In the end, their own strength was the most important. The two of them checked their gains on the flying ship. There were many origin energy crystals. There were more than 100,000 pieces in total. The small ones were the size of a human head, and the big ones were the height of a human. The smallest origin energy elixir was 1 foot long, and the largest was 3 to 4 feet long. There were more than 1,000 of them. The most precious origin energy stones were more than 100 pieces, not to mention elemental energy crystals and elemental energy elixirs. The value of over 100 elemental energy origin stones was no small matter. Just look at the painful expression of the first step Great Emperor when he had to take out a piece of snow origin stone when he was in a life-and-death situation. In general, although Chu-Mu and Xue Yinling did not control the Yuanli secret realm, they had gained a lot. What surprised Chu-Mu was that he could not tell what the multifaceted crystal he obtained from the source of the Yuan energy secret realm was. This crystal seemed to be both white and transparent. It emitted a weak luster, but he couldn't feel any aura fluctuation. It was as if it was just a rather strange-looking crystal. However, Chu-Mu was 100% sure that this crystal wasn't normal. The first reason was that it was under the origin energy of the secret realm. The second reason was that no matter what kind of power he used, he could not go deep into the crystal. He was completely isolated outside. Xue Yinling also studied it for a while, but she could not find anything. Even though her predecessor had seen a lot, she could not recognize what it was. Therefore, Chu-Mu and Xue Yinling were very interested. This crystal was very regular. Chu-Mu counted it carefully. There were a total of 108 sides, just like a carefully polished gem. Since he couldn't see anything, he could only put it away and return to the ancient sword city to look through the relevant books. The two of them finally returned to the primeval sword city. They breathed a sigh of relief because entering the city meant that they were truly safe. If the immemorial sword city wasn't safe, then no place would be safe. After returning to the Talents camp, Chu-Mu and Xue Yinling went straight to the ancient books and started to read about all kinds of heavenly treasures. However, they spent more than 10 days going through all the ancient books about heavenly treasures, but they couldn't find anything about the multifaceted crystal. Could it be that this crystal isn't a treasure? Chu-Mu couldn't help but think. He thought a lot and discussed a lot with Xue Yinling, but he still couldn't figure it out. Chu-Mu took out a book called Ancient Strange Records. He flipped through a few pages and was immediately attracted. He temporarily put down the multifaceted crystal. Originally, this book recorded that it was related to the God clan and the Demon clan. Moreover, it was related to another clan, the Yuan clan, the absolute beginning divine world, the primeval demon world, and the origin realm were the three main worlds of the chaotic universe. Similarly, there were three major clans in these three main worlds: the God clan, the Demon clan, and the Yuan clan. The God clan had a unique talent in spiritual soul, the Demon clan had a unique talent in physique, and the Yuan clan had a unique talent in origin power. These three clans, like the chaos beasts, were all second-rank life forms. There were some records of the birth of the three clans to the disappearance of the Yuan clan, but it wasn't very detailed. Chu Mu had learned about this before. However, he didn't know about the records after that. The God clan's cultivation mainly focused on spiritual power. When they reached the Great Emperor realm, they would condense their spiritual soul. When they reached the Dominator realm, they would condense their spiritual origin. The Demon clan's cultivation mainly focused on physique. When they reached the Great Emperor realm, they would condense their demon soul. When they reached the Dominator realm, they would condense their spiritual origin. The Yuan clan's cultivation mainly focused on origin power. When they reached the Great Emperor realm, they would condense their origin power. When they reached the Dominator realm, they would condense their origin power. Each of the three major races had their own unique traits, which were the innate talents of their respective races. What would it be like if the talents of the three clans were combined in one body? Chu Mu said emotionally. Xue Yinling also nodded. If the three talents were combined in one body, it would probably be the most perfect life form. The two of them continued reading. There were some records of the divine soul, demon soul, and origin heart in the book. When Chu Mu and Xue Yinling saw the records of the origin heart, they were stunned. Then, Chu Mu quickly took out the multifaceted crystal and looked at the book carefully. Could this be the so-called origin heart? Chu Mu's tone was filled with indescribable surprise. After comparing, it was exactly the same as what was recorded in the book. The Yuan clan's cultivation mainly focused on origin power because they had a unique talent in origin power. Their origin power was extremely powerful and domineering. They didn't even need any powerful martial arts. They could unleash their origin power to the extreme with simple martial arts. It was terrifying. Exceptional Yuan clan members would condense their Yuan Qi into Yuan, liquefied Yuan Qi. When they reached the Emperor realm, they would condense Yuan Qi into Yuan Heart. Yuan Heart was the product of Yuan, liquefied Yuan Qi. The Yuan Heart of a great emperor was a type of multifaceted body. According to the records, the Yuan Heart of a great emperor had 12 faces, 24 faces, and 36 faces. The origin power of a second step great emperor in the first step had 48 faces, 60 faces, and 72 faces. The origin power of a third step great emperor in the first step had 84 faces, 96 faces, and 108 faces. In other words, the multifaceted crystal we have is the origin heart of a third step great emperor. Chu Mu said in disbelief. The Yuan clan had disappeared so long ago that there weren't many traces left behind. Therefore, there were very few records about the Yuan clan. They seemed very mysterious. Chu Mu had never thought that he and Xue Yinling would find the origin heart of a Yuan clan in a trip to the secret realm. After being happy, Chu Mu was a little confused. What was the use of the origin heart to him? If the origin heart was useless to him, it would be like a decoration. At best, it would be a relic that bore witness to the Yuan clan. That was all. He continued to read the book, but there was no record of how to use the origin heart. I can only figure it out myself, Chu Mu said to himself. The two left and returned to the unique restaurant and frigid snow tower, respectively. Then Chu Mu stopped cultivating and used his time to study the origin heart. He tried various methods, such as burning it with fire, smashing it with force, slashing it with his sword, but he couldn't damage the origin heart at all. The origin heart was extremely hard. He also tried to drip his blood on it, but his blood couldn't penetrate the origin heart at all. All in all, Chumu tried all the methods he could think of, but it was still useless. The origin heart was like a piece of smelly rock. Since all methods were useless, Chumu could only give up for now. It seems like this thing is useless, Chumu said to himself. Then he put the origin heart aside. Since it was useless, it didn't seem to be precious. He didn't care too much about it. After not cultivating for a few days, Chumu took out a big piece of origin heart crystal. He planned to absorb the energy from the origin heart crystal to cultivate the truth-seeking technique and convert it into great true force. With this, he could communicate with the origin of the sword Tao and improve his cultivation bit by bit. Putting the big piece of origin heart crystal beside him, Chumu closed his eyes and began to operate the truth-seeking technique. Suddenly, a strong suction force appeared. The pure origin heart crystal contained pure origin heart crystal was pulled out and rushed towards Chumu. The moment the origin heart crystal appeared, the origin heart that Chumu put aside suddenly trembled. The weak light became stronger, and at the same time, it produced a suction force. It was like a whale sucking in water. A pure origin heart crystal was pulled out from the origin heart crystal and quickly entered the origin heart. The light on the origin heart flashed. The speed at which the origin heart crystal absorbed the origin heart crystal was 10 times faster than Chumu. Chumu didn't feel anything because he was immersed in the feeling of the pure origin heart crystal being refined. It was very comfortable. He didn't know when, but Chumu could no longer feel the pure and boundless yuan power entering his body. He immediately stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. The large piece of yuan power crystal in front of him had already disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. How can this be? Chumu frowned slightly. The pure origin heart crystal contained in that big piece of origin heart crystal was shocking. He estimated that he would need at least 5 days to finish absorbing it. But now, only less than half a day had passed. Could it be that the origin heart crystal was weak? Chumu didn't understand. He took out another big piece. According to the size, it should be enough for him to absorb for 5 days. He closed his eyes to cultivate again. This time, the origin heart crystal disappeared without a trace in less than half a day. Chumu was really surprised this time. He looked at it but couldn't find the source. Subconsciously, he looked at the origin heart crystal that was put aside. Immediately, Chumu took out another big piece of origin heart crystal and started cultivating again with the truth-seeking technique. But this time, he didn't cultivate wholeheartedly like before. Instead, he divided his attention to cultivate while paying attention to the origin heart crystal's movements. Just as he was cultivating with the truth-seeking technique and absorbing a pure origin heart crystal, a strange change occurred. Chapter 2234. The Yuan Xan that Chumu had set aside was like a shark that smelled blood. As the light flickered, a suction force emerged and directly absorbed the pure and boundless energy from the elemental energy crystals. It was more than 10 times faster than Chumu. Chumu finally understood why the elemental energy crystals that he could absorb for 3 days had disappeared without a trace in less than half a day. This was the reason. He was not the least bit angry. On the contrary, his face revealed a hint of joy. The Yuan Xan that he had tried all kinds of methods to no avail actually took the initiative to absorb the energy from the elemental energy crystals. This was a very good start. Chumu simply took out even more elemental energy crystals and placed them around him. But he realized that the Yuan Xan did not care at all. He pondered for a moment and used the truth-seeking technique to absorb the elemental energy from every crystal. As expected, the light on the Yuan Xan's body flickered even more rapidly. Streams of pure and boundless elemental energy emerged from the other elemental energy crystals and all rushed into the Yuan Xan. Could it be that it lacks energy? Chu Mu thought to himself, "If it is, then I'll let you absorb as much as you want." As his voice fell, even more elemental energy crystals were taken out by Chu Mu. Using the truth-seeking technique as a fuse, it allowed the Yuan Xian to absorb even more pure and boundless elemental energy at the same time. The Yuan Xian was like a bottomless pit, continuously absorbing pure elemental energy. After half a day, all the elemental energy crystals had been absorbed. Chu Mu took out another 100 pieces and continued to let the Yuan Xian absorb. After half a day, one batch. After 10 batches, the Yuan Xian still did not seem to be filled. This caused Chu Mu to break out in cold sweat. 10 batches, that was 1,000 pieces of elemental energy crystals. The elemental energy released by that kind of elemental energy crystals was unbelievably pure and boundless. It was actually completely absorbed by the Yuan Xian, as if it had not absorbed enough. Chu Mu was certain that that kind of elemental energy was enough to make him explode a few times over. "Since it's not enough, then I'll let you continue to absorb." Chu Mu and the Yuan Xian went all out. There were still tens of thousands of elemental energy crystals in the space ring. If it was not enough, there were still thousands of elemental energy elixirs. If it was not enough, there were close to 100 elemental energy origin stones. Absorb, absorb, absorb! Yuan Shin did not reject any of them, absorbing them crazily. 10,000 essence energy crystals were completely absorbed. If it wasn't for Chu Mu's calmness, his face would have turned green. 10,000 elemental energy crystals. If converted to the amount of elemental energy, even a first-step Great Emperor would not be able to compare. However, this elemental heart was still not satisfied. Chu Mu could only continue to take out elemental energy, crystals, for it to absorb. 15,000 pieces of origin energy crystals. The absorption speed of the elemental heart was greatly reduced. Chu Mu felt that the elemental heart was about to be saturated. After another 1,000 elemental energy crystals were absorbed, the elemental heart finally stopped absorbing. The light on its surface flickered nonstop, becoming more and more frequent and faster. Chu Mu stared intently at the elemental heart. In the next moment, the elemental heart trembled, and a ray of light shot out, directly into Chu Mu's dantian. That ray of light carried an incomparably powerful force, majestic and domineering, as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, dominating the heavens. Chu Mu felt as if his dantian had been shattered. An indescribable pain engulfed his entire body. However, that pain disappeared in an instant before Chu Mu could make a sound. His dantian was reconstructed, and an indescribable sense of comfort spread throughout his body. Following that, his dantian was shattered again, and the pain was incomparable. Then it was reconstructed again, and it was extremely comfortable. After repeating this 9 times, the pain and comfort disappeared at the same time, and everything returned to normal. The 108-sided elemental heart in front of him shattered into countless pieces. Chu Mu took a glance and quickly used his inner vision to check his dantian. He was very nervous, afraid that his dantian had been destroyed. Looking at his dantian, Chu Mu was stunned. His dantian had changed greatly and was completely different from before. Previously, his dantian was like a lake, and its power was like lake water. But now his dantian had become an independent space. The space was surrounded by countless crystal walls, and each crystal wall was like a multifaceted internal space. Compared to the previous lake, its size did not change much, but it was many times more stable. Chu Mu carefully felt his dantian. Compared to before, it was at least 100 times more resilient and stable. A stable dantian meant that it could withstand more and more powerful attacks. This could be considered a good thing, but Chu Mu's dantian was already very stable previously, and was able to withstand the impact of true power. Now that it was more than 100 times more stable, it did not seem to have much of an effect. Suddenly, from his new dantian, a ray of light shot out, directly into Chu Mu's mind. Chu Mu seemed to have been used on him, and did not move for a long time before he reacted. Chu Mu's expression was somewhat strange, and then it turned into a long sigh. Inheritance. Yes, he had received an inheritance. The inheritance of Yuan Xan. In other words, it was the inheritance of the Yuan tribe. He did not receive many things, or rather, very few things. There was only one kind, and that was the cultivation method of the Yuan tribe. It was called Yuan Gong. The Yuan tribe, from the beginning to the end of their cultivation, only cultivated one cultivation method, and that cultivation method was called Yuan Gong. Of course, different Yuan Gong cultivators cultivated would slowly show some differences, and these differences were closely related to each person. In other words, Yuan Gong was a mysterious cultivation method that would automatically change according to the cultivator. The information of the inheritance was closely related to Yuan Gong, and it was very detailed about each stage of cultivation. There were also clear records about the various changes of Yuan Gong and detailed annotations about the essence of Yuan Gong. In other words, if Chu Mu wanted to cultivate Yuan Gong, he only needed to follow the inheritance, and he could easily cultivate it. He tried to circulate Yuan Gong, and suddenly the qi of heaven and earth surged into his body and was quickly transformed into Yuan qi. Chu Mu carefully felt the wisp of Yuan qi in his dantian and carefully analyzed it. This Yuan qi was pure, majestic, and upright. He recalled the Yuan qi that he had cultivated in the past. Comparing the two, the Yuan qi cultivated from Yuan Gong was at least 100 times more powerful. As expected of the Yuan tribe's cultivation method, really, Chu Mu said to himself and was amazed. This was only the first stage of Yuan Gong, which was the stage of laying the foundation. If he continued to cultivate Yuan Gong to a higher level, there would be more changes, and the Yuan Qi would be endowed with more abilities. For example, it could make the Yuan Qi more majestic. For example, it could make the Yuan Qi more domineering. For example, it could fill the Yuan Qi with destructive power. The higher the level of Yuan Gong, the stronger the power, and the Yuan Qi cultivated would be more powerful. Speaking of which, the Yuan tribe's martial arts were actually very bad because they didn't need it at all. They could defeat 10 people with brute force, and with their domineering Yuan Gong and Yuan Qi, they could kill their opponents. In ancient times, when there were only the God tribe, the Devil tribe, and the Yuan tribe would often have the upper hand in a normal one-on-one fight, regardless of whether they were facing the God tribe or the Devil tribe. The domineering Yuan tribe waged war on the heavens, intending to defeat the God tribe and the Devil tribe and enslave them. It led the God tribe and the Devil tribe to join forces against them, and finally disappeared in the long river of history. From this point of view, the Yuan tribe was very domineering. After the Yuan tribe disappeared, other races were born in the origin Yuan realm, and the human tribe was also born at that time. In a sense, the other races are also a kind of continuation of the Yuan tribe, Chu Mu said to himself. The Yuan tribe belonged to the second order of life, while the human tribe and other races belonged to the third order of life. They were born after the Yuan tribe disappeared, and in the essence of life there was more or less a shadow of the Yuan tribe. According to speculation, the ancient spirit clan was the direct descendant of the Yuan tribe, and the other races were only slightly related. Of course, the ancient spirit clan claimed to be the descendant of the Yuan tribe, but not all of the Yuan tribe's inheritance. Otherwise, it would be another Yuan tribe. It could only be said that it was more related to the Yuan tribe. Chu Mu had received the inheritance of the Yuan tribe, and if he wanted to practice the origin technique, it was naturally possible. Of course, whether he could cultivate to the same level as the Yuan tribe in the end was unknown. According to the situation, it was most likely impossible. After all, there was a big difference between the human tribe and the Yuan tribe. After thinking about it, Chu Mu gave up the idea of practicing the origin technique. It was unrealistic. Moreover, he had created the truth-seeking technique, so it was impossible for him to give up. Why don't I study the origin technique, absorb its essence, and integrate it into the truth-seeking technique? Chu Mu suddenly had an idea. Then another idea came to his mind. He thought of the Three Saints technique. The Three Saints technique was called a technique, but it was better to call it a secret technique. Chu Mu had been comprehending it for a long time, but he couldn't find the right way. Now that he suddenly thought of it, he had a very strange feeling. After thinking for a long time, that feeling lingered in his heart, but he still couldn't really grasp it. Chu Mu temporarily gave up. Although the inheritance of the origin technique was very detailed, and he only needed to practice it step by step, it meant that Chu Mu had to give up the truth-seeking technique. In Chu Mu's opinion, the truth-seeking technique wouldn't be worse than the origin technique, and it might even be better. Chu Mu couldn't give up on the essentials. However, if he wanted to thoroughly understand the essence of the origin technique, absorb its essence, and integrate it into the truth-seeking technique, it wasn't so simple. The origin technique seemed simple, and there were detailed annotations, but after all, it was someone else's. Only when he mastered it could it truly belong to him. In other words, Chu Mu still needed to practice the origin technique. After thinking carefully, Chu Mu's eyes suddenly lit up. He had found a solution. There was a holy place for cultivation in the prodigy camp called the illusory world. The existence of the illusory world was to allow people to practice martial arts. Of course, it was not a real martial art, but a simulated one. Practicing in the illusory world was the same as practicing in the real world, but the effect was even better. Because there would not be any bottlenecks, one could practice to an extremely high level and grasp the essence of the martial art. The experience of practicing in the illusory world would be firmly remembered by the user. But after leaving the illusory world, the results of the practice would disappear, and it would not affect the other aspects of the body. Chapter 2235. The illusory world was a sacred training ground within the prodigy camp. At the same time, it was also open to the public. In other words, people outside the prodigy camp could enter as well. The illusory world's purpose was to allow people to simulate the training of cultivation techniques. For example, if someone obtained a cultivation technique and compared it with the one they were currently training in, they could enter the illusory world to train in the new cultivation technique and train it to the extreme. From there, they could distinguish the advantages and disadvantages and make a decision. In addition, they could also refine their own cultivation technique to a higher level so that their future training would be smoother. Entering the illusory world naturally required clan points. However, compared to other training grounds, it was relatively cheap. 10 clan points allowed one to enter the illusory world for as long as they wanted. It was very cost-effective. Chu Mu left the unique restaurant and headed for the illusory world. After paying 10 clan points, he directly entered. Within the illusory world, Chu Mu felt that his cultivation base had completely disappeared. He had become an ordinary person. No, it should be said that he was a person who had countless memories of training but had yet to start training. All sorts of information and annotations regarding Yuan art flowed through his heart like water. After a period of time, Chu Mu began training, starting from the first stage of Yuan art. There was no doubt that cultivating without any cultivation base would have a better effect. As Chu Mu cultivated, countless amounts of heaven and earth Yuan Qi surged in from all directions. They all entered his body and rapidly transformed into the purest Yuan Qi. Not only was this Yuan Qi pure, but it was also very majestic. Such Yuan Qi was naturally fake. It could be said that everything in the illusory world was fake. The fake Chu Mu didn't care. His goal was just to try and train in Yuan art. Through his own mastery and comprehension, he could understand and grasp the essence within. The first stage of Yuan art was the foundation. The foundation had to be firm so that the subsequent training would be easier. It was just like building a house. The foundation had to be firm so that the house would be more stable and the floors could be higher. When the Yuan race people cultivated, The first stage of Yuan art would definitely take a long time to build a solid foundation. The Yuan art that Chu Mu had inherited had a total of 5 stages. It could also be understood as 5 levels. These 5 levels of Yuan art were not directly related to one's cultivation level. To put it simply, even if one only cultivated the first level of origin art, one could cultivate to the Great Emperor realm or even the Sovereign realm. However, that was the most basic level. If one were to be compared to the Yuan race, they would be considered the weakest of the Yuan race. The second level of Yuan power had an additional characteristic compared to the first level. The first level of Yuan power was the foundation, while the second level of Yuan power would allow the Yuan power cultivated to become even purer and more majestic. It was equivalent to an upgrade of the first level. Not long after, Chu Mu's cultivation base broke through from the eternal ancient realm to the exceptional realm. His Yuan Qi, which was in the form of a mist, would also turn into a liquid state, which was liquefied Yuan Qi. The exceptional realm was divided into 5 stages: Little Sacred Master, Great Sacred Master, and Extreme Sacred Master. Above that was the half-step Great Monarch. There were many small stages of improvement, and the Yuan liquid became purer and more abundant. As he cultivated, Chu Mu's Yuan Qi also broke through from the first stage to the second stage. The first layer was the foundation, while the second layer of Yuan power allowed the Yuan liquid that Chu Mu cultivated to become even purer and more boundless. To put it simply, if 2 Yuan clan members of the same cultivation base and one of them grasped the first level and the other grasped the second level, the Yuan clan member who grasped the second level would be stronger. Cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. With the complete inheritance of the Yuan power, detailed annotations, and coupled with Chu Mu's shocking comprehension ability, he could easily comprehend and master it. Another period of time passed, and Chu Mu successfully cultivated his Yuan power to the 3rd stage. Compared to the 2nd stage, the 3rd stage's Yuan power had an additional tyrannical attribute. It was shockingly tyrannical, and it increased the power of Yuan Qi's Yuan Qi significantly. At the 3rd stage, the speed of Yuan Qi's Yuan Qi absorbing and refining Yuan Qi increased significantly. As Chu Mu's cultivation continued to rise, the liquefied Yuan Qi became purer and denser, and gradually solidified. The solidified Yuan Qi would transform into Yuan Qi's Yuan Qi, and that was the symbol of stepping into the Emperor realm. More and more Yuan Qi was absorbed and refined, and Yuan Qi gradually solidified. In the end, it condensed into a crystal with many sides, and there were a total of 12 sides. This represented that Chu Mu's cultivation had officially stepped into the Emperor realm, one step into the early Emperor realm. In reality, Chu Mu's cultivation was only at the half-step Emperor realm. He didn't know what it felt like to be in the Emperor realm, but now he knew. His cultivation continued to rise, little by little. The 12-faced Yuan Qi's Yuan Qi became 24 and then 36. This represented that Chu Mu's cultivation had reached the peak of the first step Emperor realm. Subsequently, the 36 Yuan Qi's Yuan Qi's Yuan Qi became 48. This represented that Chu Mu's cultivation had broken through from the first step Emperor realm to the second step Emperor realm. A second step Emperor realm was several times stronger than a first step Emperor realm. Rise, rise, rise and rise. When Chu Mu's Yuan Qi's Yuan Qi's Yuan Qi's Yuan Qi had 84 faces, his cultivation had also broken through to the 3rd step Emperor realm. At the same time, his Yuan power gained another attribute, destruction. With the destruction attribute, the destructive power of his Yuan Qi's Yuan Qi became even more terrifying, and the destruction he could cause was even more terrifying. Very quickly, Chu Mu's cultivation also rose to the peak of the 3rd step Emperor realm. That was the 108 Yuan Qi's Yuan Qi's Yuan Qi's Yuan Qi's Yuan Qi's Yuan Qi. If he went any further, he would break through to the Sovereign realm. Then his Yuan Qi's Yuan Qi would transform into Yuan Qi's origin. This was an extremely important stage, so Chumu focused wholeheartedly on cultivating. A few days later, Xiao Chen's cultivation had not broken through, but his yuan power had broken through to the 5th level. The 5th level of his yuan power had gained another attribute, vitality. With vitality, his yuan power could heal his injuries better, allowing him to be invincible in battle. Chu Mu didn't know if there were higher levels of his yuan power, but he had inherited the 5th level. The 5th level was the highest, and he couldn't improve it any further. The cultivation speed of the 5th level of his yuan power increased again. A few days later, Chu Mu's cultivation also broke through successfully. This kind of breakthrough was baffling to him. However, no matter what, his yuan chi's origin had transformed into a ball of yuan chi's origin. It spun like a nebula in Chu Mu's dantian, emitting a powerful aura. Carefully sensing the yuan chi's origin, Chu Mu suddenly came to a realization. This realization was like divine help. It surpassed Chu Mu's own consciousness, making him feel like a bystander. Yuan power, 3 saints' art. All of a sudden, Chu Mu felt that the two seemed to be related. Yuan power was the Yuan race's inherited cultivation technique, while the 3 saints' art was a mysterious, secret technique that the first primordial sword lord had brought back from the depths of the primordial universe. It was possible that the two were related. Thinking of the 3 saints' art, Chu Mu thought of the meaning of saint. What was saint? Xiao Chen sank into deep thought. His thoughts spun rapidly, and all kinds of inspiration flickered in his mind. Combining yuan power and yuan chi's origin, Chu Mu's understanding of the 3 saints' art was gradually deepening. What was saint? He felt that he was about to understand it. Time passed slowly. It was difficult to sense the passage of time in the illusory world. It was rather blurry. Suddenly, Chu Mu's mind trembled. All the inspiration that had emerged erupted in an instant, and an unprecedented understanding appeared. What is saint? Sainthood is a realm, a level of form. Refining chi to become saint, refining body to become saint, refining spirit to become saint. That is chi saint, body saint, divine. The Yuan race's Yuan power can refine chi to become saint. In an instant, everything became clear. Chu Mu had grasped the essence of the 3 saints' art. He left the illusory world with an unconcealable surprise on his face. Originally, he wanted to cultivate Yuan power and master it in his own way. Then he would absorb the essence and integrate it into the truth-seeking technique. He didn't expect that in the end he would not only achieve his goal, but also understand the essence of the 3 saints' art by chance. What I need to do next is to integrate the essence of Yuan power into the truth-seeking technique, improve it, and then cultivate the 3 saints' art, Chu Mu said to himself as he went to the freezing snow tower. He was going to the freezing snow tower to find Xue Yinling. Yinling, I've cracked the Yuan heart and obtained the inheritance, Chu Mu said. What kind of inheritance? Xue Yinling was also very interested in the Yuan race, the cultivation method of the Yuan race, Yuan power. Chu Mu said with a smile. He immediately taught Xue Yinling the contents of Yuan power. In addition to the cultivation method, Chu Mu also taught her the detailed annotations. Finally, he also taught Xue Yinling the comprehension he had after cultivating Yuan power. He was very detailed and didn't hold back anything. What a magical cultivation method, Xue Yinling said after receiving it and comprehending it for a while. You can go to the illusory world to cultivate Yuan power and master it. If you can integrate it into your cultivation method will become more powerful, Chu Mu said. Okay. Xue Yinling nodded. Both of them were action-oriented. As soon as Chu Mu finished speaking, Xue Yinling immediately left the freezing snow tower and went to the illusory world. Chu Mu returned to the unique tower to cultivate the 3 saints' art first. Compared to integrating the essence of Yuan power into the truth-seeking technique, Chu Mu was more interested in the 3 saints' art now. The essence of the three saints' art was refining chi to become saint, refining body to become saint, and refining spirit to become saint. Chu now understood the essence of the three saints' art and knew how to cultivate this secret method. Generally speaking, this secret method could be divided into three parts, namely refining chi to become saint, refining body to become saint, and refining spirit to become saint. Chu was going to cultivate the first part, refining chi to become saint. After entering seclusion, Chu took out the origin energy crystal and placed it around his body. He closed his eyes and removed all distracting thoughts. After comprehending the key points of the three saints' art, he began to cultivate. He operated the three saints' art. With his dantian as the center, a mysterious power was generated. That power quickly absorbed the power of the origin energy crystal. Chapter 2236. In the unique restaurant, there were 10 pieces of Yuanli crystals placed around Chu. Pure and majestic Yuanli continuously emerged from the Yuanli crystals and poured into Chu-mu's body. Following the operation of the three saints technique, the Yuanli crystals entered Chu-mu's dantian. Inside the dantian, which was filled with Yuanli crystals, a large amount of pure Yuanli flowed into it and started to rotate in a strange way. Large amounts of Yuanli were continuously condensed under the rotation. A few days later, the 10 pieces of Yuanli crystals were completely absorbed. Chu quickly took out another 10 pieces to absorb and continue to cultivate the three saints technique. This repeated over and over again. After 10 times, which meant that he had refined 100 Yuanli crystals, the Yuanli essence in his dantian gradually solidified. It looked like a regular, multifaceted crystal, but there were only 6 sides. Moreover, the surface was like a crystal, but the inside was still liquid. It looked like a Yuanli core, but it wasn't. Qi cultivation sainthood, initial stage. Chu said to himself as he felt the 6-sided crystal in his dantian. Only by cultivating Qi cultivation sainthood, body cultivation sainthood, and mind cultivation sainthood can I truly cultivate the three saints technique. Now, I have completed the initial stage of Qi cultivation sainthood, but I still need to continue cultivating. According to Chu-mu's understanding, the sainthood of the three saints technique was a level, a form, and a height. Then he would benefit from the Yuan species inheritance and cultivate training aura to a state similar to the Yuan species. Using this as a starting point, he would slowly evolve. What would happen in the end? Chu himself wasn't sure. The only thing he was sure of was that it would only benefit him. Chu continued to take out Yuanli crystals and place them around him. The three saints technique naturally operated and absorbed the energy of the Yuanli crystals. Chu-mu's consciousness didn't move. In other words, after the initial stage of Qi cultivation sainthood, he had the ability to cultivate independently. However, Chu-mu was sure that the multifaceted crystal that was similar to a Yuanli core didn't give birth to any consciousness. How magical! Chu-mu thought to himself. After observing for a while, he did not find any problems. Chu-mu took out more Yuanli crystals and placed them around, allowing Qi-sheng to cultivate and absorb them as he tried to integrate the essence of the Yuanli art into the truth-seeking technique. Chu-mu had spent many years integrating countless ancient books and finally created the truth-seeking technique. Its structure was tight and very profound. The truth-seeking technique was the inherited cultivation method of the Yuan clan. It had been passed down through countless generations and was also very mysterious. Even though Chu-mu had received a detailed inheritance and had cultivated to the 5th level of the sovereign realm in the illusory world and grasped the essence of it, it wasn't an easy task to integrate it into the truth-seeking technique. This would take a long time, but Chu-mu could afford it. Because once the essence of the truth-seeking technique was integrated into the truth-seeking technique, it would become more powerful and powerful. Chu-mu's Qi-sheng cultivated on his own while he perfected the truth-seeking technique. Shui-yinling cultivated the truth-seeking technique in the illusory world. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. It's finally done. Chu Mu exhaled. In this year, even though his cultivation hadn't improved, his strength had improved a little. This was because he had successfully integrated the first 3 levels of the truth-seeking technique into the truth-seeking technique. This integration had improved the truth-seeking technique and made it more powerful. The great, genuine force that he cultivated had the characteristics of the truth-seeking technique. It was purer, more powerful, and more domineering. Its power had increased significantly. Chu Mu's truth-seeking technique had been cultivated to the completion of the 3rd level. Therefore, after successfully integrating the first 3 levels of the truth-seeking technique, he had directly mastered the new truth-seeking technique. He checked his qi sheng. Compared to a year ago, his qi sheng was more powerful now. It had changed from 6 sides to 7, but it was still in a liquid state. The 3 saints technique is a secret method of cultivation. Cultivating the qi to become a saint, cultivating the body to become a saint, and cultivating the spirit to become a saint. Now, I'm using the Yuan's heart as a starting point to cultivate the qi sheng. Then it's best for the body saint and the divine to be at the same level. Something that was at the same level as the Yuan's heart and had to be in line with the body saint and the divine was undoubtedly the devil's spirit of the devil and the divine. According to Chu Mu's understanding, the 3 saints of the 3 saints technique were 1 level and 1 form. Naturally, it could be cultivated into any form, but he felt that it might be best to cultivate the Yuan, divine, and devil as the foundation to become a saint. When he had talked with Shui Yinling before, he had imagined what it would be like if he combined the advantages of the Yuan, divine, and devil. Surpass the 2nd sequence, perfect life. When they had talked about the idea before, Chu Mu and Shui Yinling had yearned for it, but they also felt that it was impossible. The birth of every life had its own process. It usually took a long time to evolve bit by bit until it finally took shape. Besides, the divine, devil, and Yuan were all 2nd sequence life forms. They were perfect. Moreover, the Yuan had disappeared long ago. The success of the 3 saints technique gave Chu Mu some hope. Chu Mu didn't know if he could succeed in the end, but he had to try. If I want to cultivate the body saint and the divine, I have to get the devil's spirit and the divine. Chu Mu said to himself, unless they stay voluntarily, the devil's spirit and the divine will disappear when they are killed. The devil's spirit and the divine were the foundation of the devil and the divine. The most thorough way to kill the devil and the divine was to destroy their devil's spirit and the divine. So, it was very difficult to get the devil's spirit and the divine. Chu Mu thought for a long time, but couldn't find a good way. Should he kill the devil and the divine? Only the great emperor devil and the divine had the devil's spirit and the divine. With his current strength, it was no different from committing suicide if he encountered the great emperor devil and the divine. Besides, even if he had the strength of a great emperor and could kill some divine and the devil, he wouldn't be able to get the divine and the devil's spirit. After all, if he wanted to kill, the divine and the devil's spirit would be destroyed. I wonder if I can exchange for it with the clan points? Chu Mu's eyes lit up. Unfortunately, he didn't find the devil's spirit and the divine. Let's tell the primordial sword master about the 3 saints technique first, Chu Mu said. When he had accepted the 3 saints technique, the primordial sword master had told him that if he could comprehend and cultivate it, he must tell him. This was his request and wish. Chu Mu had agreed. Now that he had done it, he naturally wouldn't go back on his promise. Taking out the item that the primordial sword master had left for him, he immediately contacted the primordial sword master. City Lord, I have already comprehended the 3 saints technique and started cultivating it, Chu Mu said directly. Immediately, Chu Mu felt as though he had traveled through time and space. He left the unique restaurant and appeared in the City Lord residence of the immemorial Sword City. There were a total of 5 figures, and they were all demigod sovereigns. Chu Mu felt 5 pairs of eyes on him, as though they were trying to see through him. You have already comprehended the secrets of the three saints technique and started cultivating it. One of the demigod sovereigns asked quickly with a hint of urgency in his voice. Yes. Chu Mu replied with certainty. He could understand the anticipation in the hearts of these demigod sovereigns. After all, they had all received the three saints technique before. However, they couldn't comprehend it completely, let alone cultivate it. It had become a regret in their hearts. Hurry up and say it. The other demigod sovereign was even more excited. Chu Mu was worried that he would be strangled to death if he spoke too slowly. He hurriedly explained the essence of the three saints technique that he had comprehended. So, the main point is the word saint. No wonder I couldn't find anything after thousands of years of research. After the half-god supremes heard Chu Mu's explanation, they all sighed with emotion because their research direction was wrong. Actually, it couldn't be said to be wrong because the three saints technique was very mysterious. Chu Mu had only comprehended one of the paths. Cultivating qi to become a saint, body to become a saint, spirit to become a saint, qi to become a saint, body to become a saint, is indeed very mysterious. The first primordial swordmaster's wish has finally come true. Little friend, can you tell us how you feel after cultivating the three saints technique? Even the way they addressed Lin Fan had changed. Sure, Chu Mu didn't reject. The more detailed, the better. Hearing Chu Mu's reply, the primordial swordmaster said. Chu Mu described the process of his cultivation. The 5 demigod sovereigns listened in great detail. As for the essence heart, Chu Mu didn't hide it from them. After all, even though the essence heart was unique, it wasn't much to the demigod sovereigns. Little friend, what are your plans for your cultivation from now on? The primordial sword master asked. I intend to cultivate the three saints technique using the Yuan, God, and demon race as the foundation. Chu Mu replied, Oh, then other than the essence heart, you would also need the godly soul and demon soul. That's right. I already have the essence heart, but I'm still lacking the godly soul and demon soul. I wonder where I can get them. Chu Mu replied honestly, I think you've already set your sights on us. One of the demigod sovereigns chuckled. After unraveling the secret of the three saints technique, Chu Mu's status rose significantly in the eyes of the demigod sovereigns. Hearing the words of the demigod sovereigns, Chu Mu chuckled and didn't feel embarrassed. That's right. When he was looking for the primordial swordmaster, he suddenly had an idea. Perhaps he could get the godly soul and demon soul from the demigod sovereigns. There are indeed some godly souls and demon souls in the treasury of the city master's residence. The primordial sword master smiled and said, I can also make the decision to give you a portion. I hope you can successfully cultivate the body sage and god sage techniques. Thank you, city master. Chu Mu was elated. The matter that had been troubling him was resolved just like that. Before long, Chu Mu obtained the godly soul and demon soul. Satisfied, he left the city master's residence and returned to the unique inn to retrieve the godly soul and demon soul. The godly soul was circular like a silver disc. It was deep and mysterious. The demon's soul was like a sea urchin. It was filled with spikes and was pitch black in color. It had an evil power. Chapter 2237. Spiritual Soul. Demonic Soul. Chu Mu held the spiritual soul in one hand and the demonic soul in the other. He looked around curiously. This was the first time he had seen the spiritual soul and the demonic soul, just like Yuan Xan. Now that I have the spiritual soul and the demonic soul, I can try to cultivate body saint and divine soul. Now that he had reached the initial stage of Qi Saint, the next step was to continue to grow. Now, Chu Mu was going to cultivate body saint and divine soul. A Qi Saint's cultivation absorbed elemental energy. A body saint's cultivation could also absorb elemental energy, but the effects weren't as good. Unfortunately, other than elemental energy crystals, Chu didn't have anything else, so he could only cultivate directly. Without a doubt, this efficiency would be many times lower than cultivating with a Chi saint, but there was nothing he could do about it. In order to cultivate the three saints technique and achieve the goal in his heart, Chu could only spend more time. Shui Yinling had already left the illusory world. She had reached the 5th level of origin energy and reached the dominator realm. She had gained a lot, but she was still in seclusion. The purpose of her seclusion was to integrate the essence of origin energy into the Void Sword Codex and increase its power. Chi saints cultivated independently and kept absorbing origin energy crystals. Fortunately, Chu had obtained a lot of origin energy crystals from the origin energy secret realm. He still had more than half of them left. Moreover, there were origin energy spiritual medicines of a higher level than origin energy crystals. Every origin energy spiritual medicine contained more origin energy than origin energy crystals. Thousands of origin energy spiritual medicines could be compared with tens of thousands of origin energy crystals. This was enough to support Chu-Mu's cultivation for a long time. As for Body Saint and Divine Saint, Chu-Mu first cultivated Body Saint. He circulated the three saints technique and continuously absorbed the energy from the crystals into his body. The energy circulated in his muscles and bones, engulfing every part of his body. This gave Chu-Mu a very strange feeling. It was as if his consciousness was about to leave his body, but also as if it was about to merge with every part of his body. Without sufficient external help, it was impossible to become a body saint in a short period of time. Chu-Mu could only spend all his time on it. Once a body saint was formed, he might be able to cultivate on his own, just like a Chi saint. At that time, Chu-Mu would be able to divide his attention to cultivate the divine body. And once the divine body was formed, he could let the divine body cultivate on its own. At that time, he would be able to cultivate the truth-seeking technique. The only thing that made Chu-Mu feel regretful was that he obtained the Yuan clan's Yuan Gong inheritance from the Yuan Xan. But the Devil Soul and Divine Soul didn't have any inheritance. He had more and more thoughts, but they weren't messy. The cultivation of the three saints technique was to condense Chi Saint, Body Saint, and Divine Soul. Then he would upgrade the truth-seeking technique. Now that he had integrated the Yuan Gong, Chu-Mu wanted to integrate the cultivation methods of the Devil Clan and the Divine Clan. The Yuan Gong focused on origin energy, the Devil Clan focused on body, and the Divine Clan focused on spirit. If the cultivation methods of the three clans were integrated into the truth-seeking technique, Chu-Mu estimated that the truth-seeking technique would have a qualitative leap. Unfortunately, he was a human and couldn't obtain the cultivation methods of the Devil Clan and the Divine Clan. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. During this time, Shui Yinling came out of seclusion to find Chu-Mu, but Chu-Mu was cultivating in seclusion. After a year, Chu-Mu finally cultivated Body Saint and Divine Soul. Sure enough, after the initial cultivation of Body Saint and Divine Soul was completed, they began to cultivate on their own, just like Chi Saint. However, their cultivation efficiency was much lower than Chi Saint's, which made Chu-Mu feel a little regretful. The initial improvement was located in the body, flowing like a liquid. It was different from blood, shuttling through the bones and muscles, and could condense again. Chu-Mu found that he could also move it out of his body without any adverse effects. The initial cultivation of Divine Soul was entrenched in Chu-Mu's spiritual world. It was silver-white like a disc, covered with mysterious patterns. Whether it was Chi Saint, Body Saint, or Divine Soul, they could all leave Chu-Mu's body and cultivate on their own after leaving. For Chi Saint, I have enough origin energy crystals and origin energy spirit medicines to support a relatively long period of cultivation. However, for Body Saint and Divine Saint, I don't have them. If I want to truly cultivate them, I don't know how much time I'll have to spend. Chu-Mu thought to himself. He unceasingly pondered whether there was a way to cultivate faster. As he thought about it, An idea flashed in his mind, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Body Saint is based on the demon soul. If I put it in the world of the demon clan, I might have unexpected gains. Divine soul is based on the divine soul. If I put it in the world of the God clan, I might also have unexpected gains. It's just that the absolute beginning divine world and primal beginning demon world are too far away from here. Moreover, I can't go there. As he thought about it, Chu Mu thought of something again. There are demon clan in the demon territory. Although they can't be compared to the demon clan in the primal beginning demon world, they are still pure demon clan. Perhaps I can put Body Saint in the demon territory and divine soul in the prison of God. It was not difficult to put Body Saint in the demon territory, but it was not easy to put divine soul in the prison of God. This was because one could enter the demon territory at any time, but not the prison of God. Looks like I have to find Primordial Sword Master again, Chu Mu thought to himself. This was something that could not be helped. Thinking of this, Chu Mu immediately left the unique restaurant and went to the city Lord's mansion. After he was notified, he was allowed to enter the city Lord's mansion. "Young friend, why are you looking for me?" Primordial Sword Master asked. "City Lord." Chu Mu roughly explained his situation. However, he did not go into detail. He only said that it was directly related to the cultivation of the three sages technique, and that he hoped to enter the prison of God. After Chu Mu finished speaking, Primordial Sword Master did not immediately reply. This made Chu Mu feel uneasy. After all, the prison of God did not belong to the human clan, but to the Great Alliance. Sure. After a long while, Primordial Sword Sovereign finally spoke. As the city lord of one of the three major cities in the Sword Alliance, Primordial Sword Sovereign status was at the peak of the human race. He was also one of the top existences in the entire Great Alliance. It wasn't difficult for him to open the divine prison. After hearing Primordial Sword Master's reply, Chu Mu finally heaved a sigh of relief. Primordial Sword Master was also a decisive person. Since he had agreed to Chu Mu's request, he immediately took action. Primordial Sword Master brought Chu Mu to the outside of the prison of God and used his power and authority to open a crack in the prison of God for Chu Mu to enter. Chu Mu entered the prison of God and quickly looked around. Not long after, he found a member of the divine clan. This member of the divine clan was only at the third refinement of the exceptional realm. To Chu Mu, he was like an ant. Before he discovered Chu Mu killed the member of the divine clan. With a flash of inspiration, the divine clan appeared and entered between the divine clan's eyebrows, occupying the divine clan's spiritual world. The soul of the divine clan member that had been killed had not completely dissipated. After it was occupied by Chu Mu's divine clan, it was quickly controlled by Chu Mu. An inexplicable connection was established between the divine clan member's soul and the originally unconscious divine clan member's soul began to change. Chu Mu had a strange feeling. Looking at the divine clan member, it was as though he was looking at himself. Fortunately, I actually succeeded. Chu Mu thought to himself. He was just trying. He didn't expect to succeed. In a sense, he had a clone of the divine clan member. All right, in the future, I'll let this divine clan clone cultivate the divine clan's cultivation techniques and sword techniques. It's connected to my mind. I can also master it and integrate it into the truth-seeking technique. Chu Mu was very happy. The reason why Chu Mu said that was because his mind and memories were connected to the divine clan clone. This divine clan member was only an ordinary divine clan member and not one of the three royal clans. Therefore, the cultivation technique he cultivated was more ordinary. Chu Mu quickly mastered it, but he was not satisfied. From the looks of it, I have to let this clone try his best to improve his cultivation and become stronger. He has to step into the upper echelons of the divine incarcerate kingdom to cultivate more advanced cultivation techniques and come into contact with more sword techniques. After quickly setting the corresponding goal, Chu-Mu's original body left quickly. The Divine Clan clone also left quickly. With the memories of Chu-Mu's original body, the Divine Clan clone's attainments in sword techniques would naturally improve significantly in a short period of time. He would become a supreme talent of the Divine Clan. It's time to leave. Chu-Mu thought to himself and quickly left the Divine Incarcerate through the exit. Thank you, City Lord. Chu-Mu bowed to Primordial Sword Sovereign. It's okay. Primordial Sword Sovereign said. Immediately, he brought Chu-Mu back to the City Lord residence. Chu-Mu bade farewell and left. However, he didn't return to the Prodigy Barracks. Instead, he went straight out of the city and took the space-time gate to the Demon Suppression Hall. To enter the Demon City, one had to pass through the Demon Suppression Hall. Chu-Mu's actions didn't escape Primordial Sword Sovereign's eyes. He didn't want to, as he couldn't hide it. Soon, Chu-Mu passed through the Demon Suppression Hall and entered the Demon City. With the cultivation of a medium half-step Great Emperor, Chu-Mu's strength had reached the level of an unrivaled half-step Great Emperor. He was very powerful and could go anywhere in the outer Demon City. Even if he was besieged by a large number of half-step Great Emperors, he could still retreat. Therefore, Chu-Mu wasn't in a hurry this time. He wanted to find a powerful demon clan. It would be best if it was a royal family of the demon clan. That would be more direct. When a human entered the Demon City, it was like a drop of blood falling into a group of sharks. Very soon, some demon clansmen were attracted. Unfortunately, these demon clansmen weren't a match for Chu-Mu and were easily killed by him. However, he didn't bring the demonic blood pot this time. Therefore, he couldn't collect the demon blood. Moreover, these demon clansmen were below the Great Emperor realm. It was impossible for them to have demon souls. The number of royal demon clansmen was naturally lesser. However, the demon clansmen in the Demon City existed in the form of tribes. This was different from the 3 kingdoms in the Divine Prison. Therefore, it was easier to find the royal demon clan compared to the royal god clan. Chu-Mu spent a few days and annihilated 7 to 8 tribes. Finally, he found a tribe with a royal demon clan. The royal demon clan had the strength of a medium half-step Great Emperor. Coincidentally, he was a sword cultivator of the demon clan. Chu-Mu was most interested in sword cultivators. Therefore, the royal demon clan naturally became Chu-Mu's demon clone. Chapter 2238. After returning to the ancient sword city from the demon zone, Chu-Mu finally heaved a sigh of relief. He did not expect that the trip to the mystery realm that Xue Yinling suggested would bring him so many benefits. Perhaps the benefits of the 3 sages technique could not be seen now, but it had endless potential. The benefits would gradually appear when the Qi body and divine body grew up. But no matter what, at least for now, the power of the truth-seeking technique had been further enhanced by the origin power. Thus, Chu-Mu's strength had also increased slightly. Next, I should focus on improving my cultivation, Chu-Mu thought. After returning to the prodigy camp, he first went to the freezing snow tower and tried to teach the 3 sages technique to Xue Yinling, but he found that he could not. Don't worry. This is your opportunity, Xue Yinling said. Since he could not teach it, he could only give up. Yinling, I will go into seclusion and use the origin power stone to improve my cultivation. Chu-Mu told her his plan. I will also focus on improving my cultivation, Xue Yinling said. She also had many origin power stones, and one of them was the snow origin power stone, which was very useful to her. This time, I want to improve to the limit of a half-step Great Emperor, Chu-Mu said. After leaving the freezing snow tower and returning to the unique restaurant, Chu-Mu took out an origin power stone, held it in his hand, and started to use the truth-seeking technique. The Yuan Energy Origin Stone contained the aura of Yuan Energy Origin. It wasn't very useful to true Dominator Realm experts, but it was very useful to cultivators below the Dominator Realm, especially Emperor Realm cultivators. Chu Mu held the Origin Power Stone in his hand and used the truth-seeking technique. The aura of the Origin Power was immediately absorbed by Chu Mu, mixed with the Great True Force, and rushed to the Sword Principle Origin in his spiritual world. Chu Mu's cultivation was to use the Great True Force to refine the Sword Principle Origin. He could control it and use it freely to improve his cultivation. The truth-seeking technique, after integrating the Origin Power Stone, was more advanced, and the Great True Force that he cultivated was purer and more powerful. The effect of refining the Sword Principle Origin Power was better. With the help of the aura of the Origin Power Stone, his cultivation speed was at least 100 times faster than usual. It was much faster than when he cultivated the Void Scripture with Shui Yinling. This kind of cultivation speed was enough to make up for the 2 years he had spent before. In this secluded cultivation, Chu Mu wouldn't stop until he reached the limit of half-step Emperor. If possible, directly breaking through to Emperor realm wasn't a bad choice. The most important thing now was to raise his cultivation to the Great Emperor realm. With the help of the truth-seeking technique and the Origin Power Stone, Chu Mu's cultivation speed was astonishing. Shui Yinling, who was in seclusion, also integrated the essence of the Origin Power Stone into the Void Sword Scripture, making it more mysterious and profound. Her cultivation speed also increased. The Snow Origin Power Stone also increased her cultivation speed. Compared to Chu Mu, her cultivation speed was almost the same. Without others knowing, Chu Mu and Shui Yinling's cultivation was increasing rapidly. Ding Yan, who had been defeated by Chu Mu, returned to War God Mountain to cultivate in order to avenge his humiliation. He planned to challenge Chu Mu again after coming out of seclusion. He wanted to defeat Chu Mu and torture him to vent his anger. In the Divine Prison, Chu Mu's Shin Clan avatar was called Shin Luokong. In the Divine Clan, the 3 royal clans had their own surnames: Divine Sun, Divine Moon, and Divine Star. The Divine Clans that were not part of the 3 royal clans all had the surname Shin. Shin Luokong was originally a citizen of the Divine Sun Kingdom. He was of ordinary birth and had ordinary talent. Of course, the ordinary talent of the Divine Clan was a genius compared to the human clan. After being refined by Chu Mu into an avatar, Shin Luokong returned to the Divine Sun Kingdom and began to cultivate in seclusion to raise his cultivation. The technique that Shin Luokong cultivated was known as the Lesser Emptiness Technique. It was a technique that was widely circulated within the Shin tribe. The innate talent of the Shin tribe was their mental strength. Naturally, their cultivation was mainly based on mental strength, just like the Yuan clan's Yuan Qi. Above the Lesser Emptiness Technique, there was another cultivation technique called the Greater Emptiness Technique. The Greater Emptiness Technique was 100 times more exquisite than the Lesser Emptiness Technique. At Shan Luokong's level, it was too difficult to cultivate it. It was almost hopeless. However, it was different now. After becoming Chu Mu's avatar and possessing Chu Mu's memories, Shin Luokong's cultivation level had not changed, but his strength had increased significantly. The Divine Clan in the Divine Prison continued the tradition of the Divine Clan. That was, those who were capable were superior. To put it simply, in the 3 big kingdoms, if one wanted to cultivate more advanced cultivation techniques and comprehend more profound sword techniques, it was closely related to one's own strength. There was a divine tower in the Divine Clan. Going through the Divine Tower was a display of one's own strength. After all, no matter how outstanding one's performance was, it was ultimately directly related to one's strength. Without strength, one was nothing. This was even more vivid in the Divine Clan and the Divine Clan. After Shin Luokong returned, he first cultivated sword techniques for a period of time. The sword technique that he cultivated was called the Divine Thunder Sword Technique. It used one's own mental strength to control the power of thunder and lightning. It was very powerful, but it was limited by one's own strength. The Divine Thunder Sword Technique that he cultivated was only at the first stage. A few days later, Shin Luokong successfully raised the level of his sword technique. Although he had not reached the level of the initial stage of the Heaven Realm, he was already at the level of the Earth Realm. With the second refinement of the exceptional stage and the Earth Realm's sword technique level, he could definitely fight those of a higher level. Next, it was naturally the Creation God Tower. Speaking of which, Shin Luokong himself had also challenged the Divine Tower. Unfortunately, he could not even pass the first level. On the first level of the Divine Tower, there was an opponent. That opponent's strength was the same as his own. Only by defeating the opponent could he enter the second level. On the second level, there were 2 opponents. On the third level, there were 4 opponents. Moreover, the 2 opponents on the second level would join forces to attack. The 4 opponents on the third level were even more skillful in their joint attacks. For Chu Mu's avatar, Shen Luokong, this was not difficult at all. However, in order to not cause too much alarm, Chu Mu's avatar, Shin Luokong, deliberately suppressed his strength to fight. He spent a lot of time to pass the second level and enter the third level. On the third level, he spent a lot more time, giving people the feeling that he barely passed. As for the fourth level, he did not continue to challenge it. After not seeing him for a while, Shen Luokong is actually stronger than before. Previously, I remember that he could not even pass the first level. Now he can actually pass the third level. After passing the third level, Shen Luokong received the corresponding benefits. That was, he could choose the second level of the Divine Thunder Sword technique. He could also exchange for a higher level cultivation technique than the lesser emptiness technique. However, it was still not enough to exchange for the greater emptiness technique. However, Chu Mu's goal was to master the cultivation techniques of the Shen clan as much as possible. Therefore, he did not hesitate to exchange for the second level of the Divine Thunder Sword technique and another cultivation technique. It was called the Xian technique. Shen Luokong comprehended the Xian technique, but did not cultivate it. With the help of his original body, it did not take long for him to comprehend the Xian technique. As for why he did not cultivate it, it was because one of his goals was the greater emptiness technique. It was of the same origin as the lesser emptiness technique. It could be better for him to cultivate it. Shen Luokong did not spend much time to completely master the second level of the Divine Thunder Sword technique. At the same time, the realm of his swordsmanship also increased. However, in order to not attract too much attention, Shen Luokong went into seclusion for a few months before coming out. His cultivation had broken through to the third refinement of the exceptional realm, and he continued to challenge the Divine Pagoda. There was only one opponent on the fourth level of the Divine Pagoda. However, his cultivation was 1 level higher than Shen Luokong's. In other words, the opponent on the fourth level of the Divine Pagoda had the cultivation of the fourth refinement of the exceptional realm. To Shen Luokong, it was nothing. With the second level of the Divine Thunder Sword technique, he estimated that after a period of time, he would defeat his opponent and enter the 5th level of the Divine Pagoda. If it was said that passing the 3rd level had only made some people feel surprised, then passing the 5th level now would cause a small commotion. Shen Luokong came out not long after entering the 5th level. He did not pass the 5th level, which made people heave a sigh of relief. However, after passing the 4th level, he could exchange for the greater emptiness technique. After obtaining the greater emptiness technique, Shen Luokong quickly left and went into seclusion to cultivate again. It was not a small matter to change one's cultivation technique. Fortunately, the lesser emptiness technique and the greater emptiness technique were of the same origin. The difficulty was reduced by a lot. He spent about a month to change his cultivation. His cultivation did not change, and he was still at the 3rd refinement of the exceptional realm. However, his spiritual power was much purer and stronger than before. His strength had also increased. Next, he naturally went into seclusion to cultivate. The cultivation speed of the greater emptiness technique was much faster than the lesser emptiness technique. Half a year later, Shen Luokong came out of seclusion. His cultivation had increased to the 5th refinement of the exceptional realm. He continued to challenge the divine pagoda. This time, Chu Mu passed the 5th level and entered the 6th level. He was defeated and exchanged for the 3rd refinement of the divine thunder sword technique. Seclusion, improvement, challenge the divine pagoda. Exchange, seclusion again. Under such a cycle, the commotion caused by Shin Luokong became greater and greater. In the end, he was noticed by the upper echelons of the kingdom. The upper echelons of the kingdom were all royalty of the divine clan. Shin Luokong, who was not strong enough, was naturally unable to resist and was taken away. The purpose of taking him away was to examine him. It was not that there were no examples of people like him who were originally mediocre, but suddenly became better and better. Since ancient times, it was not that there were no such cases in the divine clan, but they were very rare. Hence, it was necessary to examine him. After the examination, it was confirmed that Shen Luokong was indeed from the divine clan, a pure divine clan. This made the upper echelons feel relieved. After the investigation, they determined that it was Shen Luokong's hidden talent that made him a prodigy. This change naturally made the upper echelons of the kingdom very happy. It was always a good thing to have another prodigy. There was value in nurturing him. From then on, Shin Luokong directly moved away from his original small place and came to the Divine Sun Kingdom's royal city. He was arranged to be in a place where the Divine Sun Kingdom specialized in nurturing prodigies and provided with more abundant resources. Chapter 2239. The God Race Avatar, Shin Luokong, had risen. With Chu Mu's memories, he could go further and obtain more God Race martial arts to support Chu Mu. In the demon area, Chu Mu's demon race avatar was a royal race. His surname was Xingu and his name was Jianxia. The demon race in the demon area existed in the form of tribes. Any half-step great emperor was qualified to establish a tribe. Chu Mu's demon race avatar, Xingu Jianxia, was a tribe leader. However, it was a medium tribe. Tribes in the outer devil region were led by low-level half-step great emperors. Tribes with less than 30 members were considered low-level tribes. Mid-level, half-step great emperors were the leaders. Tribes with less than 100 members were considered mid-level tribes. Above that were high-level tribes, and above that were large tribes. Xingu Jianxia's tribe was called the Evil Sword Tribe. It was a mid-tier tribe. Xingu Jianxia had 2 low-level half-step great emperors. Including himself, there were 3 half-step great emperors. The rest were holy sovereigns and exceptional emperors. There were also some eternal realm experts. After 3 months of seclusion, Xingu Jianxia's cultivation did not increase. However, he had a breakthrough in his sword skill realm. His strength had increased by more than 30%. The demon race had a unique talent in close combat. This was due to their strong physique. They could use their own strength to a shocking extent. The demon race's martial arts were also very strong. All of these could be used by Chu Mu. Xingu Jianxia's cultivation technique was called the Heavenly Evil Sword Body. It used an extreme method to continuously refine one's physique. In the end, it formed a sword body. The power of the sword body was strong. The blood qi would be converted into the Heavenly Evil Sword Force. It had a terrifying sharpness and the Heavenly Evil Force. On the other hand, Xingu Jianxia's sword skill was compatible with the Heavenly Evil Sword Body. It was called the Heavenly Evil Sword Skill, and it was powered by the Heavenly Evil Sword Qi. The inheritance of the devil tribe in the realm of demons was not as good as that of the primal beginning devil realm, but there were a few good ones. Even in the primal beginning devil realm, they were at the upper middle level. The Heavenly Evil Sword Body was one of them. Thus, Chu Mu did not need to plan for a more advanced cultivation method. However, he could obtain more cultivation methods and absorb their essence. The more the better. The demon race worshipped martial strength. Without enough strength, they were nothing. In order to obtain more resources and martial arts, one must have great strength and influence. Therefore, other than increasing his own strength, Xingu Jianxia also wanted to develop the heavenly evil tribe, turning it into a high-level tribe and then a large tribe. As for how to develop the tribe, Chumu had some experience from the True Sword sect. Combined with Shingujiangxi's own abilities, he improved even more. To develop the heavenly evil tribe, it was all about power, one's own strength, and the strength of the experts in the tribe. However, one's strength could not be increased in a short period of time. It required enough experts to form a battle formation to fight against stronger enemies. First, they would attack the low-level tribes and defeat them. Then they would subdue the experts and strengthen the tribe bit by bit. Orders were sent out one after another. Shingujiangxi rarely fought, as he spent most of his time cultivating. As Chumu's clone, he naturally had all the memories of Chumu's original body. His comprehension had also increased, and his understanding of the heavenly evil sword body had deepened. Moreover, he had also improved it bit by bit. As a result, his own strength had also increased slowly. As a member of the royal tribe, he was already a genius. After becoming Chumu's clone, he had become even more powerful. At this moment, Shingujiangxi, who was a mid-level half-step great sovereign, could defeat many high-level half-step great sovereigns. Half a year later, the number of half-step great sovereigns in the heavenly evil tribe had increased from 3 to 10. Other than the original 3, there were 7 new half-step great sovereigns. 2 of them were mid-level half-step great sovereigns, and 5 were low-level half-step great sovereigns. The number of experts they had was comparable to some high-level tribes. Other than the increase in the number of experts, the members of the tribe had also increased by more than 100. Simply put, the heavenly evil tribe now had the ability to become a high-level tribe. At this point, the heavenly evil tribe did not expand any further. Instead, they stabilized themselves and cultivated with all their might. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. A tyrannical aura, with a sharpness and evil intent that could tear the world apart, erupted from the center of the tribe and soared into the sky. Vaguely, all the tribe members seemed to be attracted, as if they saw an illusory divine sword soaring into the sky. The tribe leader has broken through. What a powerful aura! Our heavenly evil tribe is going to become a high-level tribe. The tribe members were overjoyed. They were now members of the heavenly evil tribe. The more powerful the tribe leader was, the better it would be for the tribe. Soon after, a figure soared into the sky like a sharp sword. It was Shingujiangxi. After a year of cultivation, Shingujiangxi's cultivation had increased from a mid-level half-step great sovereign to a high-level half-step great sovereign. His strength had reached the peak of the half-step great sovereign realm. He was infinitely close to becoming an invincible half-step great sovereign. From now on, the heavenly evil tribe is a high-level tribe. Shingujiangxi announced as he landed. His voice was like a storm of sword chi that reverberated between the heavens and the earth. It was getting further and further away. After their strength had increased, the heavenly evil tribe started to expand again. They started to fight. Their target was naturally the low-level and mid-level tribes. They wanted to strengthen the tribe first, and then attack the weaker high-level tribes. That way, they could obtain the greatest benefits with the least cost. Compared to the divine prison, the demon area was naturally more chaotic. Because the divine prison was sealed, it was rarely opened. Other tribes rarely entered, and it was led by the 3 great kingdoms. It was relatively peaceful. The demon area was more open. It existed in the form of tribes, and there were endless battles. All the tribes in the origin world could enter, and it made the chaotic situation even more chaotic. As one of the tribes in the demon area, the heavenly evil tribe was naturally attacked by some outsiders. However, they were all killed by Shingujiangxi's powerful strength. Of course, some losses were unavoidable. It was very common in the demon area. Shen Luokong from the deity's clan and Shingujiangxi from the demon clan developed their own strengths. Qi Sheng stayed in Chu Mu's Dantian and absorbed origin energy crystals to cultivate, as the Yuan clan had already perished. As for Chu Mu himself, he used origin energy stones to cultivate. After a year of secluded cultivation, his cultivation base had increased rapidly. It was comparable to 10 years of cultivation. Therefore, his cultivation base had successfully increased from a middle-level half-step Great Emperor to an advanced half-step Great Emperor. Naturally, his strength had also increased significantly. However, the invincible half-step Great Emperor was the limit. There was no further division. Chu Mu did not feel complacent. Instead, he was very humble. He knew that he was only at the beginning of his cultivation journey. Only when he reached the Great Emperor realm would he truly begin his journey. The Great Emperor realm was his first goal. As he continued to cultivate, his cultivation continued to increase rapidly. In terms of age, Chu Mu was only in his early 30s. It was rare to see a high-level half-step Great Emperor in his early 30s. In terms of sky prides, those who could reach the limits of a half-step Great Emperor before the age of 100 were considered pretty good. As for exceptional sky prides, those who could reach the limits of a half-step Great Emperor before the age of 50 were considered outstanding. Chu Mu was in his early 30s, but he was already a high-level half-step Great Emperor. It was rare among the peerless supreme talents. Based on his current cultivation speed, he could reach the limit of a half-step Great Emperor before the age of 40. However, Chu Mu did not need to do so. He had the truth-seeking technique and the origin energy stone. Therefore, he could reach the limit of a half-step Great Emperor in less than 10 years. Now he was working hard towards this goal. His original body, Qi Sage, Deity Race Clone, and Demon Race Clone were all improving together. Improvement, improvement, and improvement. Everything was developing in the best possible direction. Chu Mu's cultivation was improving, and so was Shui Yinling's cultivation. Her talent was not inferior to Chu Mu's. Her potential was also amazing. In addition, she was a void sword spirit in the sovereign realm. Her cultivation speed was not slow at all. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another year had passed. Roughly calculating, Chu Mu's age was about 33 years old. His cultivation had broken through again, reaching the peak of a half-step Great Emperor. Above that was the so-called limit of a half-step Great Emperor. In terms of strength, it was called the invincible half-step Great Emperor. His original body was improving. The deity race clone, Shen Luokong, who was in the deity's prison, was valued. He entered the heaven's favorite tower of the divine Sun Kingdom and enjoyed better cultivation resources. He also cultivated a cultivation technique that was more profound than the vast void technique. He had obtained the 4th and 5th level of the divine thunder sword technique and displayed amazing talent. Shen Luokong's cultivation had reached the level of a great sacred master. However, his strength was far beyond a great sacred master. He was able to compete with some ordinary, low-level half-step great emperors of the deity race. The 5th level of the divine thunder sword technique was the limit. It was the limit for those below the great emperor realm. Besides cultivating the divine thunder sword technique, Shen Luokong also cultivated the divine wind sword technique and cultivated it to the 4th level. The reason why he chose to cultivate the divine wind sword technique was obvious. Wind could be combined with thunder to form wind and thunder, which was more powerful. Shen Luokong also planned to combine the divine wind sword technique and the divine thunder sword technique after cultivating the 5th level of the divine wind sword technique. In the demon region, the heavenly evil tribe was constantly fighting and expanding. As the leader, Xingu Jianxia's cultivation had also improved. He had reached the peak of a half-step great emperor. His strength had reached the invincible half-step great emperor realm. There were more than 30 half-step great emperors in the heavenly evil tribe. The strength of the entire tribe was second only to the big tribes in the outer demon region. Chapter 2240. Outer God's Prison. Divine Sun Kingdom's Heaven's Pride Tower. Shen Luokong's cultivation has improved so quickly. Yes, a few years ago, he was only at the 4th refinement of the exceptional realm. Now, only a few years have passed, and he has already reached the level of a lower half-step Great Emperor. His strength can even compete with some stronger half-step Great Emperors. It's too amazing. This was the Heaven's Pride Tower ranking battle that was held once every 10 years. Shen Luokong was participating as a lower half-step Great Emperor. His strength had reached the level of a peak half-step Great Emperor from the Shin clan. It was very rare. Such talent was one of the best in the Heaven's Pride Tower in the entire Divine Sun Kingdom. Chumu could not help but sigh. The Shen clan was indeed a second-rank life form. Compared to the human clan, their cultivation talent as a whole was indeed very different. It was very terrifying. Even with the support of Chumu's memory and talent, in just a few years he had advanced from the 2nd refinement of the exceptional realm to a lower half-step Great Emperor. Such speed was extremely shocking. Compared to Chumu's original body, it was many times faster. The Heaven's Pride Tower ranking battle of the 3 kingdoms of the Divine Incarceration clan was held once every 10 years. It was a grand event in the kingdom. At the same time, the top 10 winners would participate in the Heaven's Pride battle of the 3 kingdoms. In the end, the top 3 would receive very rich rewards. Of course, the top 10 of the kingdom would receive very rich rewards. As Chumu's avatar, Shen Luokong gradually displayed talents that he had never had before as time passed and became stronger. The more outstanding his performance was, the happier the upper echelons of the Shin clan were, because it had been verified that Shen Luokong was a pure Shin clan member. Now, the cultivation technique that Shen Luokong was practicing was called the arcane technique. It sounded even less imposing than the grand emptiness technique. However, it was much more profound and mysterious than the grand emptiness technique. Not only did it allow Shen Luokong's cultivation speed to be faster, but it also made his spiritual power stronger and more powerful. The 5th level of the Divine Thunder Sword Technique and the 5th level of the Divine Wind Sword Technique were almost perfectly integrated. Furthermore, Chumu's own understanding of sword techniques had been integrated into it, creating the Divine Thunder Sword Technique. Its power was many times stronger than the 5th level of the Divine Wind Sword Technique or the Divine Thunder Sword Technique. This undoubtedly caused Shen Luokong's battle prowess to increase exponentially. Now, Shen Luokong had entered the top 10 of the geniuses' Tower of the Divine Sun Kingdom. Next, it was time for the top 10 to compete and determine the rankings. Finally, the rewards would be given out according to the rankings. However, Shen Luokong reckoned that it would be extremely difficult for him to get into the top 3. This was because the top 3 geniuses of the God tribe were all unrivaled half-step Great Emperors. Even the 4th and 5th geniuses seemed to be unrivaled half-step Great Emperors. Even if it was not possible, he had to fight for it. This was because he was not the real Shen Luokong. He was Chumu's doppelganger and had Chumu's personality and will. As a non-royal god tribe, although Shen Luokong did not have the secret skills of the 3 royal clans, he had also cultivated a secret skill called God's Explosion. After his powerful comprehension and experience, the side effects of God's Explosion were reduced by half and its power increased by 50%. Once he used it, his peak half-step Great Emperor strength would soar directly to the level of an unrivaled half-step Great Emperor. Fight! 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 The sword techniques of the God tribe were extremely powerful. They were supported by the power of heaven and earth, and their power was astonishing. Shen Luokong defeated one opponent after another, but he was defeated again and again. In the end, Shen Luokong was ranked 5th. The reward for the 5th place could be chosen by himself. This was a bit more freedom. The first thing that Shen Luokong chose was a cultivation technique called the Daluo bright jade sutra. This was a cultivation technique that was second only to the most powerful inheritance of the three royal clans. It was very profound and difficult to cultivate. Therefore, very few people would cultivate it. The peerless geniuses of the three royal clans could naturally comprehend it, but they would have a more powerful inheritance. Therefore, they would not cultivate it. As for those who were not from the three royal clans, very few people had that level of comprehension. The Daluo, bright Jade Sutra was much more advanced than the arcane great technique. The spiritual energy that was cultivated from it was incomparably pure and domineering. Next, he chose another sword technique, the divine flame sword technique. Wind could combine with thunder to form wind and thunder. Wind could also combine with fire to form wind and fire. Similarly, thunder could also combine with fire to form thunder and fire. The three had a common foundation. Therefore, Chumu's goal was to cultivate the divine flame sword technique to the extreme. Then he would integrate it into the divine path wind and thunder sword technique to improve it further and become even more powerful. The battle between the geniuses of the three kingdoms would not start so soon. There were still 3 months. These 3 months were enough for Shen Luokong to cultivate the Daluo Bright Jade Sutra and integrate the divine flame sword technique into the divine path wind and thunder sword technique. After 3 months, Shen Luokong came out of seclusion. Many people realized that Shen Luokong's aura seemed to be somewhat different after coming out of seclusion. His eyes were very clear and round, like flawless jade. He had already cultivated the arcane great technique to the Daluo Bright Jade Sutra. Moreover, after cultivating it to a certain extent, the purity of his spiritual energy had multiplied. Moreover, the quantity had also multiplied. Its power was even more domineering. Although Shen Luokong's cultivation was still at the level of a low-level half-step Great Emperor, his strength had also increased by quite a bit. The Divine Flame Sword Technique had completely integrated into the Divine Path Wind and Thunder Sword Technique. Shen Luokong named the new sword technique the Shenluo Sword Technique. The Shenluo Sword Technique. This was his starting point. The battle between the geniuses of the three kingdoms had begun. Outer Demon Region. Heavenly Diabolism Tribe. The Heavenly Diabolism Tribe had now become one of the great tribes and was at the peak of the Outer Demon Region. The tribe leader, Xingu Jinxia, was a peak half-step Great Emperor with the strength of an unrivaled half-step Great Emperor. In the tribe, there were 2 peak half-step Great Emperors, 5 high-level half-step Great Emperors, 12 mid-level half-step Great Emperors, and 36 low-level half-step Great Emperors. In the following days, naturally, they would first stabilize the tribe and develop internally. Then, they would continue to fight and attack other tribes. Finally, they would unify the Outer Demon Region. That's right. As Chu Mu's demon doppelganger, Xingu Jinxia had such ambitions. Although it was Chu Mu's doppelganger, the doppelganger would have different personalities depending on the tribe. For example, Shen Luokong from the deity tribe would have a sense of superiority. On the other hand, Xingu Jinxia from the demon tribe would be overbearing like an overlord. Overbearing like an overlord was something that Chu Mu's original body did not have. Xingu Jinxia was a peak half-step Great Emperor. His heavenly diabolism sword body had become more perfect and profound under his powerful comprehension. The power of the heavenly diabolism sword had also increased by a lot. The heavenly diabolism sword skill had also become more exquisite. When used together, it was at least twice as powerful as before. Xingu Jinxia's plan was to increase his cultivation to the peak of half-step Great Sovereign Realm. Then, the strength of the other half-step great sovereigns in the tribe would also increase, benefiting from his cultivation. At that time, the Heavenly Evil Tribe would continue to strengthen themselves and unify the entire Outer Demon Region. This was undoubtedly a big plan. Perhaps it would not be realized in a short period of time. However, it would definitely be realized in the future. Ancient Sword City, Genius Barracks, Righteous Sword Hall. Chu Mu stood on the stage. In front of him was a young man wearing a large black robe. His handsome face was as bright as the stars. The sword scar at the corner of his eye added an indescribable aura to him. Jiang Yuchen. This name reverberated like thunder in everyone's ears. This was because he was number one on the prodigy roll, and he had already occupied this position for more than 10 years. This time, Chu Mu was going to challenge Jiang Yuchen. This was a big event that shook the entire Genius Barracks. All the geniuses and peerless geniuses in the Genius Barracks had come to the Righteous Sword Hall to watch the battle. One was an absolute expert who had occupied the first place on the genius ranking for more than 10 years. The other was a rising expert. Who would win? No one would underestimate Jiang Yuchen. Nor would anyone underestimate Chu Mu. They were all looking forward to this battle. The two of them were just standing there, facing each other. They had yet to fight, but the atmosphere was suffocating. This was an invisible battle, a battle of auras. Both of them were sword cultivators, peerless geniuses. They were extremely powerful. Jiang Yuchen's cultivation was at the peak of the half-step Great Emperor Realm. His strength was also at the peak of the half-step Great Emperor Realm. Chu Mu's cultivation was also at the peak of the half-step Great Emperor Realm, and he had just reached it. His strength was also at the peak of the half-step Great Emperor Realm. Both of them had the same cultivation. One was a veteran, while the other was a rising expert. Who was stronger? Everyone was secretly guessing, but they could not come to a good conclusion. Perhaps they would only know the answer after the battle. After a long while, Jiang Yuchen slowly drew out his sword. His sword was pitch black, and there was no light at all. It was as if it would absorb all the light around it. The leap-perishing sword also appeared in Chu Mu's hand. Fight! The sword light pierced through the air and attacked in an instant. It was fast, accurate, and ruthless. The two silhouettes approached each other and passed each other in the blink of an eye. Sparks flew in all directions like dazzling fireworks. He turned around and attacked. All Heavens, Sword Technique, Sword 1. Great Purgatory Sword Technique, Forge Hell. Sword 2. Sword 3. Chu Mu's sword was faster than the previous one. He did not stop because of Jiang Yuchen's Great Purgatory Sword Technique. After Sword 3, another sword stabbed out. The speed and power of this sword was about the same as Sword 3, or rather, the same. However, there were some changes. These changes instantly raised the level of Sword 4, making it even more profound and mysterious. It was impossible to determine where the sword would stab in the end. Sword 4 was a new move that Chu Mu had created after perfecting the All Heavens Sword Doctrine and All Heavens Sword Techniques. Based on Sword 3, he had integrated the essence of the Sun Luo Sword Technique and some of the mysterious changes of the Sun Luo Sword Technique. Sword 4 had terrifying power and unpredictable changes at the same time. It was impossible to guard against. Jiang Yuchen's expression changed slightly. He performed the Great Purgatory Sword Technique to the extreme. He broke through the changes of Sword 4 and counterattacked. Sword 5. Sword 5's power was the same as Sword 3's, but its changes were better than Sword 4's. Chapter 2241. It was mysterious and full of changes. Jiang Yuchen's expression changed again. He felt he couldn't dodge it no matter how hard he tried. Since I can't dodge it, let's see whose sword is stronger, Jiang Yuchen said to himself. He exerted the Great Purgatory Sword Technique mercilessly and attacked with his sword. The Great Purgatory Sword Technique was full of killing intent. It had the power of thunder and fire and the power of darkness. It was terrifying and domineering. It was a top-level sword technique, not inferior to the God of War sky-attacking sword. Besides, Jiang Yuchen's attainments in the Great Purgatory Sword Technique were more profound. After the Great Alliance competition, He had entered the first stage of the original universe to practice for 2 years. His sword technique had improved further, and its power was even more terrifying. It was as if everything in front of him had turned into darkness. He couldn't see or hear anything. His 6 senses were blocked. An extremely cold killing intent burst out from the bottom of his heart and soul. The terrifying sword made Chu Mu feel fatal danger. Sword 6. The extreme of power and speed. The extreme of changes. Chu Mu had integrated all the changes of the Sun Luo sword technique into this sword. He didn't hold back at all. Under the endless changes, the darkness was torn apart and shrouded every part of Jiang Yuchen's body. Jiang Yuchen instantly felt it was difficult to deal with. The extreme of changes was to have thousands of changes without being able to see them. Sword 6 was the extreme, unless Jiang Yuchen's power was obviously stronger. But in fact, Jiang Yuchen's power was inferior to Chu Mu's. The sword left marks between Jiang Yuchen's eyebrows and his heart. If it had been a life-and-death battle, Jiang Yuchen would have died. "I lost," Jiang Yuchen said after a long time. After a while, Jiang Yuchen finally spoke. Looking at Chu Mu, he had a feeling of disbelief, but the truth was the truth. He had been number 1 on the genius list for more than 10 years. Now he was defeated and fell from the top. Jiang Yuchen felt like he was dreaming. So did the others. From now on, Chu Mu was number 1 on the genius list. Then Xue Yinling challenged Jiang Yuchen. Jiang Yuchen was furious. He felt that he had been underestimated. Xue Yinling's cultivation had also reached the peak of the half-step Great Emperor realm. Like Chu Mu, she was also very powerful. However, overall, she was still inferior to Chu Mu. Jiang Yuchen was infuriated. Of course, he exerted his full strength and showed no mercy. But Xue Yinling didn't need his mercy either. The battle between the two was extremely intense. It was much more intense than the battle between Chu Mu and Jiang Yuchen. After all, Chu Mu was indeed stronger than Jiang Yuchen, unlike Xue Yinling and Jiang Yuchen, who were evenly matched. Xue Yinling and Jiang Yuchen fought fiercely for an hour. In the end, Xue Yinling won and barely defeated Jiang Yuchen. From then on, Xue Yinling was ranked number 2 on the genius list. Jiang Yuchen, who had been number 1, fell to number 3. First place on the genius ranking could obtain 1,000 clan points in a year. Second place could obtain 900 clan points in a year. For example, Chu Mu and Xue Yinling. After defeating their opponents and reaching first and second place, they immediately obtained 1,900 clan points respectively. The next time they could obtain it would be a year later. Chu Mu was 35 years old this year. Next, I will use 10 years to accumulate my clan points and break through to the Great Emperor realm, Chu Mu thought to himself. He had a feeling that if he wanted to, he could break through the limit of his cultivation and enter the Great Emperor realm in the next few months. However, that wasn't the Great Emperor realm that Chu Mu wanted. The exceptional realm was the foundation of a cultivator. It was the best time to build one's foundation. The better one's foundation was, the better one's cultivation would be in the future. All cultivators dreamed of building a perfect foundation for themselves. However, only a few people could do it. The building of one's foundation was closely related to one's talent and ability. If one's foundation was compared to water and one's talent was a container, then an ordinary talent was a basin and a great talent was a big water tank. The contrast between the two was very obvious. Breaking through to the Great Emperor realm at 35 years old and breaking through to the Great Emperor realm at 45 years old would definitely cause a different sensation. However, Chu Mu didn't care. To him, his own development was the most important. He couldn't do something that would damage his foundation for a little fame. 10 years was one of his goals. He wanted to use these 10 years to integrate everything he had learned. What the original human body had learned, what the God clan and the Devil clan had learned, he had to integrate them extract the essence, and remove the impurities, he had to further improve the truth-seeking technique and perfect it to the extreme. At the same time, he had to integrate the essence of the God clan's swordsmanship and the Devil clan's martial arts into his own swordsmanship. He couldn't neglect the Yuan clan's martial skills. The exceptional realm was the time to build a perfect foundation. Then the Great Emperor realm was the time to set sail. Chu Mu wanted to build a giant ship that could dominate the world. He wanted to ride the wind and break the waves. He wanted to be invincible. 10 years was a goal. Actually, even Chu Mu himself wasn't sure if he could achieve it. However, if he couldn't, he would continue to extend the time until his foundation reached a point where it couldn't be improved anymore. Even if it was 10 or 20 years later, Chu Mu would be willing to accept it. Compared to his future achievements, a moment of glory was insignificant. The unique restaurant wasn't suitable for him to go into seclusion for 10 years. Chu Mu spent 10,000 clan merit points to rent the Immemorial Sword Palace in Immemorial Sword City. Rumor had it that the Immemorial Sword Palace was a sacred cultivation ground left behind by the first Immemorial Sword Sovereign. Generations of Immemorial Sword Sovereigns had all cultivated there. Not just the Immemorial Sword Sovereigns, but even many demigod sovereigns had cultivated there, leaving behind an incomparably profound aura. 1,000 clan merit points a year was expensive. However, it wasn't expensive when compared to the conditions. Of course, there were very few people who could cultivate in the Immemorial Sword Palace. Chu Mu spent 10,000 clan merit points to cultivate in the Immemorial Sword Palace. Shui Yinling did the same. Both of them had tens of thousands of clan merit points in the Immemorial Sword City token. 10,000 clan merit points were nothing to them. The Immemorial Sword Palace was indeed built by the first Immemorial Sword Sovereign. It was also one of the places where he cultivated. After that, it became a place where many demigod sovereigns cultivated. Countless Dominator Realm experts also entered the palace to cultivate. This was especially so for the demigod sovereigns. They had already reached the pinnacle of the Great Way. Every word and action of theirs contained Taoist rhymes. The longer they stayed in a place, the more obvious the influence would be. Cultivating in such a place would subtly influence the Taoist rhymes and make it easier for one to comprehend. His cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the half-step Great Emperor realm. If he wanted to go further, he would have to break through to the Great Emperor realm. However, other than his cultivation, there was still a lot of room for improvement in the truth-seeking technique. Other than that, there was still the path-seeking sword technique, the 4 directions truth-seeking steps, the world's end near ruler body, and the all heavens sword technique. After thinking about it, Chu Mu realized that there were still many areas that he could improve in. While Chu Mu was cultivating in seclusion in the Immemorial Sword Palace, in the Outer God's prison, the battle of the geniuses of the 3 big kingdoms had ended. Shen Luokong relied on the Daluo Bright Jade Purification and the Shenluo sword technique that he had perfected to continuously defeat strong opponents. In each of the intense battles, his strength had also improved by leaps and bounds. Cultivation of the pinnacle of the half-step Great Emperor realm. The strength of an unrivaled half-step Great Emperor. The battle of the geniuses of the 3 big kingdoms lasted for a whole month. During this period of time, Shen Luokong had a very good breakthrough. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the half-step Great Emperor realm. He was only a hair's breadth away from the pinnacle. Naturally, his strength was even more terrifying. However, it was a pity that the breadth of difference was very obvious. Shen Luokong ended up in 4th place and did not receive the top 3 rewards. However, he was highly valued and received a chance to enter the Inner God's prison to cultivate. The Inner God's prison was the place where the Great Emperor realm deities cultivated. The cultivation environment was many times better than the Outer God's prison. After Shen Luokong entered the Inner God's prison, he received the follow-up of the Daluo Bright Jade Purification. In the Outer Demon region, after Xing Gejingxi, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the half-step Great Emperor realm, came out of seclusion. He led the half-step Great Emperors under his command and fought continuously. They defeated and subdued one tribe after another, and the heavenly evil tribe continued to grow stronger. Submit or be destroyed. Choose for yourself. Xing Gejingxi pointed his sword at the leader of another large tribe and said domineeringly, "Fight to the death." The leader of the large tribe said. He was also an unrivaled half-step Great Emperor realm expert, and his strength was not ordinary. "I will fulfill your wish," Xing Gejingxi said coldly and drew his sword. The heavenly evil sword technique was displayed to the extreme. A sword pierced through the air, and evil intent filled the sky. The sword light was in the void fragmentation realm. The heavenly evil sword technique was pushed to the extreme under the force of the heavenly evil sword. Moreover, after many years of research, Xing Gejingxi had integrated the essence of many sword techniques, making the heavenly evil sword technique even more terrifying. 3 sword strikes. In just 3 sword strikes, the leader of the large tribe, who was also an unrivaled half-step Great Emperor realm expert, like Xing Gejingxi, was killed. After the death of the leader, the large tribe lost its leader. The people of the tribe were dispirited and they were defeated very quickly. After that, they were subdued and merged into the heavenly evil tribe, making the already powerful heavenly evil tribe even more powerful. The heavenly evil tribe continued to fight. Although they suffered some losses, they gained more and became stronger. When the leader of the last large tribe fell under Xing Gejingxi's sword, it meant that the chaotic situation in the outer demon region had come to an end. The last big tribe merged into the heavenly diabolical tribe. From then on, in the entire outer demons area, there were no other tribes except the heavenly diabolical tribe, and they would never appear again. From now on, the heavenly evil tribe no longer exists. We will change our name to the heavenly evil devil country, and I will be the first devil lord of the country. Xing Gejingxi gathered the members of the tribe and announced that the heavenly evil devil country was established and it would dominate the entire outer demon region. Chapter 2242. The ancient sword palace was located in a corner of the ancient sword city's Lord's Mansion. It seemed to be completely unguarded, but in reality there are countless sovereigns and even demigod sovereigns secretly guarding it. It should be known that the ancient sword palace was an extremely important cultivation ground within the ancient sword city. It was extremely useful to great emperors and sovereigns. Thus, they couldn't afford to lose it. Even though ancient sword palace wasn't a cultivation place, it was built by the first ancient sword master and left behind. It had a special meaning and was a symbol. Ancient sword palace wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. It was separated into many independent spaces. Chu Mu was in an independent space, Shui Yinling was in an independent space, and the other dominators were in an independent space as well. Without Chu Mu and Shui Yinling's accumulation and talent, even if they had more clan merit points, it would not be of much help for those under the Great Emperor realm to cultivate in the ancient sword palace. In fact, for many great emperors, the efficiency of cultivating in the ancient sword palace was not much different from cultivating outside. Although it was an independent space, one could still see the inside of ancient sword palace. The engravings and pictures on the walls were filled with unique charm and mystery. Those were the traces left behind by the great Tao. There were thousands of great Taos. They were endless and had extreme changes. Comprehending ancient sword palace was similar to comprehending the origin of the original universe to a certain extent. Of course, there were still some differences when compared to the original universe. Chu Mu was completely immersed in comprehending and forgot about everything else. Countless secrets were unleashed, flowing like a river with endless waves. Sword path, 5 elements, time, and space, everything grasped by the main body was deepened. All the memories of the god race clone Shen Luokong and the devil race clone Xing Gujianxia were also absorbed by Chu Mu's main body. All the techniques and sword techniques they cultivated, as well as all their comprehensions, were all grasped by Chu Mu's main body. Lesser emptiness technique, major emptiness technique, profound grand technique, Daluo bright jade sutra, divine lightning sword technique, divine wind sword technique, divine fire sword technique, divine water sword technique, divine wood sword technique, divine gold sword technique, divine earth sword technique, divine void sword technique, heavenly evil sword body, Mara battle body, nether prison blood destruction art, black demon Zhen Tian roar, Atlas battle chi, heavenly evil sword art, black underworld battle technique, devil prison fist. The martial arts of the god race belonged to the spiritual martial Tao. They focused on spiritual power, driving all forces to display a sword attack. But the martial arts of the demon race focused on the physique. In the final analysis, it was the physique and blood vitality. It was a body cultivation martial Tao. Martial arts were all-encompassing, extremely good at close combat and very tyrannical. Whether it was the Protoss martial arts or the demon tribe martial arts, they were born much earlier than the human martial arts. After countless years of inheritance and the power of second-rank life forms, their martial arts were even more perfect. If Chu Mu had not coincidentally had the Protoss and demon avatars, he would not have been able to comprehend the mysteries of the Protoss and demon tribe martial arts, let alone absorb their essence and integrate it into his own cultivation techniques. It could be said that Chu Mu was one of a kind since ancient times. He was the only one, inside the ancient sword palace, under the influence of the formless Taoist rhymes. Chu Mu's thoughts reached an unprecedented state. His comprehension potential was almost completely stimulated, and it was many times better than usual. With a turn of his mind, he comprehended many of the subtleties. The Protoss and demon tribe martial arts were very subtle and unfathomable, but the Protoss avatar Shen Luokong and the demon tribe avatar Xingu Jianxia had already comprehended them. Chu Mu's original body only needed to directly extract their memories and obtain their essence. This would save him a lot of time. Next, naturally, he would use the mysterious Taoist rhymes of the ancient sword palace to further deepen his understanding of the Protoss and demon tribe martial arts and better integrate them into his own cultivation techniques. Time flew by. Everyone was doing their best to cultivate, to strengthen their foundation, to improve their cultivation, and to work hard to climb to the peak. After being defeated by Chu Mu and Xue Yinling, Jiang Yuchen was working harder than usual. In the past, although he had also done his best to cultivate, he was already the number one on the ancient sword city genius list. Above him was the great Emperor realm, which he could not compete with. Below him, no one was a match for him. He felt that it was lonely to be at the top. Therefore, when he was cultivating, he always felt that he had lost a goal and was not very motivated. But now it was different. Chu Mu had defeated him, and now Xue Yinling had also defeated him. They had surpassed him and directly pushed him to the third place on the genius list. He was full of pressure and motivation. When I come out, I will defeat the two of you, Jiang Yuchen thought to himself. The other people who were ranked below Jiang Yuchen on the genius list were also under great pressure. He actually rushed to the first place. Ding Yan, who had returned from the War God Mountain, wanted to challenge Chu Mu and humiliate him. However, in the end, he was told that Chu Mu had already defeated Jiang Yuchen, who was originally the number one on the genius list. Even Xue Yinling, the Holy Virgin of the Snow Clan, had defeated Jiang Yuchen and obtained the second place on the genius list. Ding Yan, who was once the fourth place on the genius list, knew deeply how powerful the third place on the genius list was. Now, he finally had the confidence to fight and even defeat the third place on the genius list. However, facing the second place, he did not have much confidence. As for the first place, Jiang Yuchen, he had no confidence at all. However, in his opinion, the enemy that he could not defeat had already been defeated by Chu Mu. Thinking of this, Ding Yan's face was almost distorted. He bit his lips and clenched his fists. His strength was extremely tyrannical. Immediately, it was replaced by a touch of fear. If he had not received the news, if Chu Mu was not in seclusion, wouldn't he be humiliating himself again by challenging him now? Thinking of this, Ding Yan's face was pale. He left without looking back. He wanted to return to the War God Mountain and cultivate in seclusion again. The next time I come out, I will definitely trample you under my feet. Ding Yan said angrily. Chu Mu, who was in the ancient sword palace, did not know that he had become the target of Jiang Yuchen and Ding Yan. Of course, even if he knew, he would not care. On the path of cultivation, if you did not challenge others, you would be challenged by others. If you did not win, you would lose. If you did not live, you would die. Everything was very normal. Calmly accepting all of this, he would do his best to fight for a better result. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. In these 3 years, although Chu Mu did not cultivate, his cultivation base had improved imperceptibly. The limit of a half-step great emperor was more stable. In these 3 years, Chu Mu also had a deeper understanding of the martial arts of the divine race and the demon race. He had grasped the essence of the martial arts, and his understanding of Yuan Qi had also deepened. From the 4th year onwards, Chu Mu began to integrate the essence of the martial arts of the divine race and the demon race into the truth-seeking technique. The martial arts of the divine race focused on mental strength. The martial arts of the demon race focused on physical strength, and the martial arts of the Yuan race focused on Yuan Qi. The truth-seeking technique included mental strength. However, the previous truth-seeking technique was only created by Chu Mu based on the human race's primordial spirit martial arts, physical martial arts, and primordial energy martial arts. It could be said that it included the essence, energy, and spirit, but was not deep enough and thorough enough. The celestial race's martial arts, the demon race's martial arts, and the Yuan race's martial arts were the pinnacle of essence, qi, and spirit. Absorbing their essence and fusing it with the truth-seeking technique would make the truth-seeking technique even more perfect. It would be called the number 1 divine technique in the universe. The martial arts of the divine race focused on mental strength. When attacking, it would draw upon the power of heaven and earth and cause an obvious mental impact to the opponent. It would directly attack the opponent's mental state. The martial arts of the demon race focused on destroying the opponent's physical body. The martial arts of the Yuan race focused on Yuan Qi and were extremely domineering. If the truth-seeking technique evolved to the extreme, it would have the characteristics of the martial arts of the divine race, the demon race, and the Yuan race. How powerful would it be? Thinking about it, Chu Mu was filled with anticipation. Now, the essence of the Yuan race's martial arts had been truly integrated into the truth-seeking technique. Next would be the martial arts of the divine race and the demon race. With the human as the foundation and integrating the specialties of the divine race, the demon race, and the Yuan race, it would create the most perfect technique. Truth-seeking technique. A technique was the foundation. A good technique contained endless mysteries. It could allow one to have a deeper foundation and a more solid foundation. It could make one's strength stronger and further expand one's potential. Thinking about the Yuan race, their martial arts were not outstanding. They were very simple, but under the influence of Yuan Qi, they had terrifying power. Although the endless Taoist rhyme could not directly improve Chu Mu, it was imperceptibly influencing him all the time, allowing him to comprehend better. As time passed, the essence of the divine race's martial arts was integrated into the truth-seeking technique bit by bit. It was constantly perfecting the truth-seeking technique and enhancing its essence. Shui Yinling was also cultivating in a small, independent space. She cultivated the Void Sword Codex, a brand new Void Sword Codex that had integrated the essence of Yuan Qi into it. The Void Sword Codex passed down by the Void Sword Master had reached the peak of the sovereign realm. After being perfected by Shui Yinling, it had been further improved. Now, after integrating the essence of Yuan Qi, it had become even more powerful. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years had passed. Chu Mu had successfully integrated the essence of the divine race's martial arts into the truth-seeking technique. This was the beginning of Chu Mu's 7th year in the ancient Sword Palace. In this year, Chu Mu had begun to integrate the essence of the divine race's martial arts into the truth-seeking technique, making the truth-seeking technique even more perfect. In the past, the truth-seeking technique was based on the human. It already had a foundation. After integrating the essence of the Yuan race's Yuan Qi, 1/3 of it was completed. After integrating the essence of the divine race's martial arts, another 1/3 was completed. Now, the remaining 1/3 belonged to the essence of the divine race's martial arts. When the essence of the divine race's martial arts was integrated into the truth-seeking technique, the truth-seeking technique would undergo a qualitative transformation. At the end of the 9th year, Chu Mu had successfully integrated the essence of the divine race's martial arts into the truth-seeking technique. At this point, the truth-seeking technique was almost perfect. There was still 1 year left in the 10-year plan. Chapter 2243. 10 years of sharpening a sword. The frost blade would be tested today. At the end of the 10th year, 2 figures walked out of the ancient Sword Palace. Is it done? Chu Mu looked at Shui Yinling and asked with a smile. Yes. Shui Yinling nodded. In 10 years, the 2 of them had completed their cultivation below the great emperor realm. They had built a perfect foundation for themselves. After the foundation was built, their cultivation had reached the peak of the half-step great emperor realm. If they wanted to go further, they would have to break through to the great emperor realm. My foundation is too solid. If I want to break through to the great emperor realm, it will be 1,000 times more difficult. Chu Mu said, so I plan to go out and explore. I want to sharpen myself between life and death in order to break through. I'm in the same situation. So, I'll go back to the Snow Clan first, Shui Yinling said. 10 years ago, the 2 of them could have easily broken through to the half-step great emperor realm. However, at that time, they felt that the time was not right and their foundation was not solid enough. 10 years later, the time was right and their foundation was solid. However, they could not break through because the difficulty of breaking through had increased by 1,000 times. This situation was within their expectations. The more solid the foundation was, the more difficult it would be for them to break through. Once they broke through, they would be more powerful. 10 years hadn't left any traces of age on Chu Mu's face. Other than his temperament changing slightly, he didn't look any different from 10 years ago. However, Shui Yinling was different. If she looked like a young girl 10 years ago, she looked more mature now. Other than her ethereal and exquisite coldness, she also had a hint of maturity. The 2 of them did not stay for long. In order to be together for a longer time in the future, they needed to work harder now. Shui Yinling left directly and went back to the Snow Clan. Before she left, she told Chu Mu that she would stay there for a long time. Chu Mu went back to the unique tower first. As a result, he was challenged. In the Sword Hall, Jiang Yuchen faced Chu Mu. This will be my last battle as a half-step great sovereign. Jiang Yuchen stared at Chu Mu with sharp eyes and said in a neither fast nor slow manner. His casual aura contained an extreme sharpness that was extremely terrifying. His eyes were deep like the abyss of purgatory. In this battle, I will step on you and ascend to the great sovereign realm. You will be very disappointed. Chu Mu's tone was very calm, without the slightest bit of momentum. It could be seen that after 10 years of hard work, Jiang Yuchen had also created a perfect foundation for himself. However, different people had different perfect foundations. The difference between the 2 was obvious. Jiang Yuchen suddenly smiled and slashed out with his sword. It was an ordinary slash, but it contained the might of purgatory descending. It was brilliant and irresistible, and the whole world fell into absolute darkness in an instant. Just from this one strike, It was clear that the current Jiang Yuchen was several times stronger than 10 years ago. If Chu Mu's strength had not improved in the slightest, he would not have been able to resist this strike and would have lost without a doubt. However, there were no ifs. In the face of Jiang Yuchen's incomparably tyrannical strike, Chu Mu did not move at all. He waved his right hand, and a snow-white sword light broke through the air. It was astonishingly cold, like lightning that tore through the darkness and illuminated Jiang Yuchen's eyes. The extreme coldness of the sword light was like frost and snow. It destroyed the power of Jiang Yuchen's sword and counterattacked. The overwhelming tyrannical power directly slashed on his body. Jiang Yuchen felt as if he had been directly hit by an ancient giant beast. His entire body flew out, and the force of the collision brought with it an irresistible feeling. His spiritual world seemed to have been slashed, and his body felt like it was about to be torn apart. His qi and blood were shaken, and his yuan qi was in chaos. In an instant, Jiang Yuchen fell off the arena. If Chu Mu had not intentionally held back, this strike would not have been as simple as knocking Jiang Yuchen off the arena. It would have directly killed him, and his essence, qi and spirit would have been completely destroyed. This was the power of a strike driven by the brand new power of the truth-seeking technique. After defeating Jiang Yuchen with one strike, Chu Mu returned to the unique restaurant to tidy up and then left the Heaven's Pride Battalion and the ancient Sword City. His plan was to leave the ancient Sword City and go out to adventure. He wanted to hone himself between life and death. But where was his destination? For a moment, Chu Mu could not think of anything. His mind was spinning rapidly. Go to the demon domain. No, the outer demon's domain has now been unified by Xing Gujiangxi. Even the strongest Xing Gujiangxi of the outer demon's domain is no match for me, let alone others. It is difficult to hone myself there, but the inner demon's domain will surpass me. The demon domain was not suitable, nor was the divine prison. Where was it suitable? For a moment he did not have a good idea. Chu Mu pondered as he left the ancient Sword City. There seemed to be many places in the universe that he could go, but there were very few that met his current conditions. Moreover, although Chu Mu had accumulated a lot, the source realm was very vast. There were many places that he did not know. Chu Mu's cultivation base was at the pinnacle of the half-step Great Emperor realm. His foundation was incomparably solid and perfect. Chu Mu had absolute confidence that at the half-step Great Emperor realm, there was absolutely no one in the entire source realm who could be his match. Perhaps it was only possible to find a half-step Great Emperor realm expert from the divine race and demon race that could compete with him. And he wanted to hone himself between life and death to find an opportunity to break through to the Great Emperor realm. In that case, he needed to find a sufficiently strong opponent, preferably one who was stronger than him. However, it was impossible to find a stronger opponent in the half-step Great Emperor realm. A Great Emperor realm expert was indeed stronger than him. However, Chu Mu did not know how big the gap was between him and a Great Emperor realm expert. Was it very small or very big? He had no confidence. If he rashly fought a Great Emperor realm expert, it was hard to say whether he would survive. I'll travel around temporarily to broaden my horizons, Chu Mu thought. Although he couldn't put himself in a life and death situation for the time being, it didn't hinder his accumulation of knowledge. Even for a demigod sovereign expert, it was necessary to travel and broaden one's horizons. This was also the reason why some demigod sovereigns chose to go deep into the chaotic universe. Time flew. In a flash, half a year had passed since Chu Mu left the immemorial Sword City. He had broadened his horizons and encountered some opponents, but there wasn't the slightest danger because the opponents were too weak. It's you. Very good. Suddenly, a tyrannical aura locked onto Chu Mu. That aura was filled with dense killing intent. Chu Mu looked over and was shocked. This person was the Great Emperor realm expert who had been threatened by Chu Mu and Xue Yinling more than a decade ago. In the end, he had no choice but to take out a piece of snow sore stone in order to survive. This person's cultivation was at the Great Emperor Realm. More than a decade ago, he had gone to the secret realm to try his luck. In the end, he hadn't gained anything. Instead, he had been threatened by 2 half-step Great Emperors and had no choice but to take out a piece of snow sore stone to survive. To a Great Emperor Realm expert, a piece of snow sore stone was still very valuable. After the incident, he had felt the pinch for a long time. After more than a decade, he had met one of the 2 half-step Great Emperors again. Anger erupted in his heart, and killing intent surged. If it wasn't for the fact that he was wary of the other party's trump card, he would have attacked already. Low-level, Great Emperor Realm. The moment Chu Mu saw the other party, not only did he recognize the other party, but he also saw the other party's cultivation. He was stunned for a moment. More than a decade ago, he could only roughly estimate the other party's cultivation. Now he could confirm that the other party was a low-level, Great Emperor Realm expert. I wonder how big the difference is between my strength and a low-level, Great Emperor Realm expert. Chu Mu thought to himself. From what he knew, there was no half-step Great Emperor Realm expert who could fight against a Great Emperor Realm expert. No matter how talented one was, it was impossible. Therefore, Chu Mu didn't know if he could do it. Thinking of this, Chu Mu's heartbeat quickened, and his blood flowed faster. Vaguely, there was a feeling of excitement in his heart, and he wanted to fight the other party. I still have the Snow Dao Sword Jade. Even if I can't defeat the other party, I can still activate the Snow Dao Sword Jade's power. Chu Mu thought to himself. With a life-saving trump card, he completely let go of the uncertainty and apprehension in his heart. A sword light flickered between his eyebrows as he displayed the 4th layer of the immemorial sword seal. Heavenly sword runes appeared as he waved his right hand. As the sword light flickered, the perishing sword appeared in his hand. His opponent was a low-level, Great Emperor Realm expert. Although it sounded like there was only a fine line between him and a peak half-step Great Emperor Realm expert, the difference in strength between them was like a natural chasm. Chu Mu didn't dare to be careless, pushing the truth-seeking technique to the extreme. Rumbling noises sounded like a surging tide. Behind Chu Mu, there seemed to be a sea of light surging. That light seemed to be golden, black, and silver. It could be any color. It looked like a storm, a tide, or a flash of lightning. It was full of endless changes and contained endless mysteries. Chu Mu's self-created truth-seeking technique originally had 3 layers. After integrating the Yuan race's origin art, God race's martial arts, and Devil race's martial arts into it, the truth-seeking technique underwent a transformation. It became the strongest martial art in the world, possessing the greatest potential. Even the God race and Devil race's supreme martial arts couldn't be compared to it. The new truth-seeking technique was completely different from the previous truth-seeking technique. Its power was more than 10 times stronger. The great true force cultivated by the new truth-seeking technique was also more than 10 times stronger than before. It was pure, domineering, and majestic. Previously, when Chu Mu defeated Jiang Yuchen with ease, he didn't use any supreme martial arts. He only used the new great true force to push the basic sword skills to its peak. Now that he was facing a low-level Great Emperor Realm expert, Chu Mu not only used the immemorial sword seal to increase the sharpness by 40%, he also used the sky sword runes. He even pushed the truth-seeking technique to the extreme. His great true force surged as he displayed the truth-seeking sword art. Out of the 10 years of seclusion in the immemorial sword palace, 9 of them were used to integrate the God race, Devil race, and Yuan race's cultivation techniques into the truth-seeking technique, perfecting it to the extreme. The last year was used to perfect the truth-seeking technique, the 4 directions truth-seeking steps, and the world's end near at hand. The truth-seeking technique and the truth-seeking technique were a complete set. They focused on attacking the essence, chi, and soul. Therefore, Chu Mu was able to improve the truth-seeking technique further in a short 1 year. Chapter 2244. The Tao-Seeking Sword Arts Reincarnation. The sword light shone brightly, and in an instant it seemed to have pierced through time and space. Extremely fast and ferocious, the sword slashed towards the first step Emperor Realm expert, tearing apart the protective energy around his body. So fast! The first step Emperor Realm expert was shocked, and he didn't dare to face the attack head-on. He hurriedly retreated and punched out. His fist force tore through space, and its power was shocking. The first step Emperor Realm expert's attack was extraordinary. His fist force seemed to have pierced through the void, and he wanted to smash Chu Mu into pieces. Chu Mu's goal was to fight with the first step Emperor Realm expert and test the limits of his strength. He wasn't going to trade his life for the first step Emperor Realm experts. His figure flashed, and he disappeared without a trace. When he appeared behind the first step Emperor Realm expert, the sword light seemed to have pierced through reincarnation as it slashed down. The new Tao-seeking sword art under the new truth-seeking technique was more than 10 times stronger than before. Unable to dodge, the first step Emperor Realm expert was struck by the sword. His defense was sliced open, and the tyrannical power impacted his spiritual world, blood, and origin energy. His body felt like it was about to be torn apart. What kind of power is this? The first step Emperor Realm expert was shocked. His talent wasn't high, and it took him several hundred years to cultivate to the first step Emperor Realm. In these several hundred years, he had experienced countless dangers and encountered countless opponents, but he had never encountered an opponent like Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's sword attack was so strange that it targeted one's spiritual force. Human Emperor Realm experts' spiritual force was related to their soul. Even though Chu Mu's sword attack was powerful, it couldn't injure the first step Emperor Realm expert's soul. However, the impact on the first step Emperor Realm expert's spiritual world shook, and he felt a trace of fear. Swish, swish, swish. Sword light burst out endlessly, and Chu Mu executed the All Heavens sword style. In 10 years, even though Chu Mu didn't comprehend the All Heavens sword Tao, he had unknowingly improved and perfected it under the influence of the ancient sword palace. After fusing the essences of the Yuan, Shen, and Mo races' cultivation methods into the Truth-Seeker technique, his control over his power had improved further. The All Heavens sword Tao and All Heavens sword styles were also affected. Sword 1 to Sword 3 were a combination of strength and speed. Compared to before, there was an obvious change. The current All Heavens sword style was directly propelled by Qiu Jingong. In other words, it was directly propelled by the power of essence, qi, and spirit. Therefore, the so-called perfect combination of strength and speed of Sword 1 to Sword 3 contained an attack on the spiritual level, an attack on the physical level, an attack on the Yuan Qi level, and an attack on the way of the sword. Within one sword, there were 4 different types of power. Adding on the speed, the power was more than 10 times stronger than before. Simply speaking, the current Sword 1's power was much stronger than the previous Sword 3's. Sword 4 to Sword 6 were based on the foundation of Sword 3 with additional variations. The power was the same, but it was more unpredictable and impossible to guard against. Chu Mu executed the All Heavens sword style, starting from Sword 1, one sword move after another. Every sword move's power increased exponentially, making the low-level Emperor Realm expert feel threatened. Sword 1, Sword 2, Sword 3, Sword 4, Sword 5, Sword 6. All of a sudden, another sword slashed out. This sword was condensed with an unparalleled killing intent. In an instant, the Emperor Realm expert's heart trembled. An indescribable coldness invaded his body. All Heavens sword style, Sword 7. Sword 3 was the ultimate combination of strength and speed. Sword 6 was the ultimate combination of strength, speed, and variation. When the variation reached the extreme, there was no variation, but it contained endless variations. Sword 7 was based on Sword 6, and it was a sword move that integrated killing intent and killing intent. To put it more directly, Sword 4 to Sword 6 were the essence of the limitless sword style. Sword 7 was the essence of the lifeless sword style, but it was still not perfect. In terms of strength and speed, there was no difference between Sword 3 and Sword 7. But in terms of lethality, Sword 7 was more terrifying due to the tyrannical killing intent and killing intent. A sword pierced through the air, and it actually made the low-level Emperor Realm expert feel a fatal sense of crisis. Unleashing all his strength, the Emperor Realm expert no longer dared to underestimate Huang Xiaolong. Instead, he treated Huang Xiaolong as a tyrannical opponent and unleashed his full strength. Terrifying qi surged out, and it was as if flames were burning. Light suffused his arms, and a pair of exquisite bracers condensed. Heaven shaking 9 strikes. With a low roar, the one-step Great Emperor waved his arms and punched out with both fists. The fist energy broke through the air and instantly shot out 9 punches towards Chumu. This fist energy seemed to be able to shatter a mountain. Kill! With a low growl, his killing intent and killing intent soared. It was as if a river of blood from hell was flowing, and killing intent filled the air. All Heavens Sword Style, Sword 8. Since his understanding of the All Heavens Sword Tao had reached a certain level, the All Heavens Sword Style would naturally improve accordingly. As for the lifeless sword style, Chumu had already thoroughly comprehended it. Therefore, it was not difficult to integrate the essence of the lifeless sword style into the All Heavens Sword Style. The killing intent and killing intent contained in Sword 8 was several times stronger than Sword 7. Wherever the sword light passed, it was as if ice and snow had melted. The heavens shaking 9 strikes was shattered. Mountain-breaking fist. The Emperor Realm expert retracted his fist and punched out again. The power of the great path of mountains was integrated into this punch. Chumu seemed to see a huge mountain condensing in front of him and charging towards Chumu. The moment the mountain was about to hit Chumu, a terrifying force shattered the mountain. It was as if it wanted to crush Chumu's body like the mountain. Great emperors had successfully transformed the laws into great paths. The power of great paths was far superior to the power of laws. There was no comparison at all. However, it was extremely difficult to transform the laws into great paths. The Emperor Realm expert had spent hundreds of years and had only transformed the law of mountains into the great path of mountains. The second law of mountains was still in the process of being transformed. The power of the great path of mountains was extremely heavy. It was as if there was an invisible ancient mountain suppressing all directions. It stabilized the turbulent void and made Chumu feel even more pressured. Consecutive mountain smash. After the mountain-shattering fist failed, the first step Great Emperor's strength exploded again. His entire body seemed to transform into a mountain as he fiercely charged towards Chumu. It gave Chumu the feeling that an incomparably huge mountain was charging towards him with astonishing power. A shocking sound rang out like a tsunami in all directions. Reincarnation! Sword 8. Using the reincarnation of the Tao, seeking sword principle. Sword 8. The power of Sword 8 instantly increased by a few times. The dazzling sword light carried the aura of reincarnation. It was fearless and violent. It was faster than the wind and more ferocious than lightning. The power of the sword could split mountains and slash mountains as it charged towards the Emperor Realm expert. Under the support of the 4th level of the immemorial sword seal and the power of the sky sword runes, the power of the sword was maximized. Fight! 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 The sword light shot out and its power overflowed, shaking the void. The Emperor Realm expert could not believe that his opponent was only a half-step Great Emperor and not a Great Emperor like him. A half-step Great Emperor already has such power. If he breaks through to the great Emperor realm, how powerful will he be? The Emperor realm expert was shocked beyond words. However, such a foundation must be extremely strong. It's impossible for him to break through to the great Emperor realm. If a person could not break through to the great Emperor realm, it would be useless no matter how talented he was and how powerful he was as a half-step great emperor, because he could not continue to improve. The slight distraction allowed Chu Mu to seize the opportunity. The all-heavens sword style, propelled by the Tao-seeking sword technique, was extremely powerful. Sword after sword, each sword was meant to take Chu Mu's life. Then, Saber 9, which had yet to be created, was also unleashed under sufficient opportunity. Sword 9 integrated the lifeless Sword move into Sword 6. It contained extreme power and speed, as well as changes and murderous intent. It was a killing move. The blood-red Sword Light pierced through the void and came for the kill. The Emperor Realm expert shuddered and his hair stood on end. Without hesitation, he retreated and put his arms together. It was as if a door had been closed and two mountains had been moved together. A strange sound was heard. The blood-red sword light shattered, and the Emperor Realm expert flew backward. Chu Mu paused for a moment. He held the sword hilt with both hands and channeled all his power into it. Heaven and earth destruction. He held the sword with both hands and attacked. A destructive aura spread out. The void shook and the world changed. Sword 9. Heaven and earth destruction was the move after the Tao-seeking sword principle's reincarnation. It was more powerful than reincarnation and carried a shocking destructive aura. Sword 9 was the move with the heaviest murderous intent among the all-heavens sword moves. Sword 9, which had the heaviest murderous intent, was driven by the destructive heaven and earth destruction. Its power had reached an unbelievable level. The black-red sword light came for the kill. It was dark, destructive, and bloody. There was no way to avoid it. The Emperor Realm expert used the same trick again. He closed his arms and blocked the attack. His power surged and condensed an illusion of a mountain in front of him to protect himself. Under the black-red, destructive sword light, the illusion of the mountain shook and shattered. The sword light pierced through the Emperor Realm expert's shoulder. Chu Mu's target was between the Emperor Realm expert's eyebrows, but he dodged at the last moment. The sword force that penetrated his shoulder and tore through the Emperor Realm expert's spiritual world. Blood chi, physique, and origin energy tore through his body. It was as if the sword force wanted to destroy his essence, chi, and spirit. As if he was scared out of his wits, the Emperor Realm expert did not fight back. Instead, he retreated and used all his speed to escape. This half-step great emperor was too scary. Not only could he fight with him, but he could also hurt him. If he had not dodged in time, he would have been killed by the sword force. Run, run, run. As he fled, he circulated his own energy to disperse the terrifying energy that had invaded his body and wreaked havoc. Seeing the Emperor Realm expert running away, Chu Mu had no intention of chasing him. He knew very well that with his current strength, it was impossible for him to kill the Emperor Realm expert. Even if the Emperor Realm expert was just a low-level Emperor Realm expert. In fact, Chu Mu was already surprised that he could fight an ordinary low-level Emperor Realm expert to a standstill. In fact, he even had the upper hand. Chapter 2245. The chaos void was deep and mysterious, boundless and boundless. A ray of light that was as sharp as a sword silently shuttled through the void and flew far away. It was Chu Mu. He had been in the chaos void for a year. After battling a low-level Emperor Realm expert, Chu Mu had a clearer understanding of his own strength. Although he was at the peak of half-step Emperor Realm, he could fight against a low-level Emperor Realm expert and gain the upper hand. If he used the true mystery of human Tao, he could suppress a low-level Emperor Realm expert. As for killing them, it was unlikely. This kind of strength gave Chu Mu more confidence. Not to mention, he had 3 pieces of third step Emperor realm, sword Dao, snow jade, roaming the chaos void, increasing his knowledge and broadening his accumulation. Chu Mu had yet to find an opportunity to break through. He had a feeling that he was about to break through, but couldn't. Chu Mu wasn't in a hurry because he knew that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. He would break through when the time was right. If he hadn't broken through yet, it meant that the time wasn't right. This year, Chu Mu was 46 years old. Within the inner god prison, Shen Luokong's avatar was cultivating the second half of the Daluo Bright Jade Scripture. He had also reached the peak of the half-step Emperor realm. The next step was naturally to break through to the true Emperor realm. The inner divine prison was where Emperor realm experts resided. The outer divine prison couldn't be compared to the inner divine prison. Shen Luokong's breakthrough would be smoother in the inner divine prison. At this time in the outer devil region, the heavenly evil devil kingdom had been established for 11 years. The first ruler was Xing Jianxia, and after Xing Jianxia unified the outer devil region gradually grew stronger. Within the heavenly evil devil kingdom, other than Xing Jianxia, there were more than 10 unrivaled half-step Emperor realm experts, more than a dozen peak half-step Emperor realm experts, more than 100 high-level half-step Emperor realm experts, and more than 1,000 mid-level and low-level half-step Emperor realm experts. As for Saint Venerable realm experts, they were extremely powerful. After 10 years of hard work, Xing Jianxia had reached the peak of half-step Emperor realm. The next step was to break through. Xing Gujiangxi didn't stay in the outer devil region. Instead, he went to the inner devil region. He wanted to find an opportunity to break through in the inner devil region. It would be easier than in the outer devil region. The memories of the original body and the 2 great clones could be shared. Therefore, their experiences could be used for reference. Unfortunately, Chu Mu's foundation was too solid. It was too difficult for him to break through. He might be able to break through in a few years, or it might take decades, or even centuries. Chu Mu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the thought of it being over 100 years. His foundation was too solid. There was nothing he could do about it. The foundation that he had built for himself had to be broken through, even if he had to hold back his tears. Maybe I can go to the secret territory again. A thought popped into his mind, and Chu Mu immediately changed his direction, heading towards the secret territory. In the secret territory, not only could he gain experience, he could also find a new secret territory. Chu Mu, who had entered the Yuan Qi secret territory once, was very clear that any new secret territory contained endless wealth. Even if he couldn't become the owner of the secret territory, he could still obtain a lot of benefits. Of course, the secret territory was also very dangerous. Chu Mu, who had experienced it once, was very clear. However, his current strength was comparable to a low-level first-step Emperor realm. Secondly, he had 3 third-step Emperor realm sword Dao Snow Jades as his trump cards. If he wanted to be truly safe, he would have to stay in the ancient Sword City. However, if he did that, Chu Mu didn't know when he would be able to break through. Riches and honor were found in danger. If he wanted to go further and set his sights higher, it was impossible to not experience danger. Having been to the secret territory once, Chu Mu knew the way. Through the space-time gate, he quickly arrived at the outer area. However, he didn't have a flying ship, so he flew in himself. The secret territory was very cruel, and the competition was very fierce. Battles could break out at any time, and death could happen at any time. However, most people who came here wouldn't take the initiative to attack unless there were benefits involved. After all, everyone's purpose here was obvious, and that was to try their luck and see if they could find a new secret territory and make a fortune. Under normal circumstances, unless they were crazy, it was a complete waste of energy to attack. It was a thankless task. Seeing Chu Mu, a half-step Emperor realm expert, come here, many people were surprised. However, nothing like the previous time happened. They weren't fools. A half-step Emperor realm expert dared to come here alone? He must have something to rely on. Who knew what kind of trump card he had? To them, a half-step Emperor realm expert was nothing. They were like ants, but some trump cards could kill them in an instant. Chu-Mu flew past a secret territory and stopped. He stared at the secret territory. It was a flame secret territory, and the surroundings were burning with raging flames. The scorching heat spread out like waves. He was comprehending. Although he couldn't enter the secret territory, he could more or less comprehend it from the outside. This was because the secret territory was dominated by the origin energy. The external manifestation was a manifestation of the great Tao. For example, the flames outside the secret territory contained the fluctuations of the great Tao of fire. After staying in front of the secret territory for a few days, Chu-Mu moved again and went to the next secret territory. It was a green wood secret territory. Inside was the origin of wood, and outside was the great Tao of wood. After comprehending for a few more days, Chu-Mu left and went to the next secret territory. Within the secret realm region, there were countless secret realms. Each secret realm had its own master. Every secret realm had a place to comprehend. Chu-Mu spent a few days in a secret realm, and before he knew it, a few months had passed. As he comprehended more secret territories, he gained more insights. However, he still couldn't find the opportunity to break through. Chu-Mu felt helpless. If he didn't go and experience it, it would be difficult to find the opportunity to break through. However, if he went and experienced it, it would make his foundation more stable. Breaking through was breaking the foundation and then rebuilding it. Therefore, the more stable the foundation was, the harder it was to break it. As Chu-Mu went deeper and deeper into the secret realm, the number of celestial bodies in the secret realms became fewer and fewer. As Chu-Mu comprehended along the way, he realized that not all secret realms had owners. This was because some secret realms had gradually lost their power after many years or due to various reasons and were abandoned. Of course, abandoned secret territories were not completely useless. Some people even found some treasures in abandoned secret territories. This led to a group of people rushing in every time an abandoned secret territory was discovered. They wanted to try their luck and see if they could find some treasures. After discovering an abandoned secret territory, many people were entering it. Chu-Mu took a look and followed them in. There was no reason. It was just a sudden idea. Following one's feelings was also a way. As soon as Chu-Mu entered the abandoned secret territory, he felt that it was filled with a decadent aura. This aura was a negative aura. If one stayed in such a place for a long time, one would slowly be affected. It would make one's realm unstable or even regress. Of course, there wouldn't be any negative effects if one only entered to look for treasures for a period of time. As soon as Chu-Mu entered the abandoned secret territory, he spread out his mental power. After cultivating the new truth-seeking technique, his power was different from ordinary human cultivators. On the spiritual level, it was the most direct and pure mental power, which was very similar to that of the Protoss. As his mental power swept across, everything within the range was sensed by Chu-Mu in great detail. The reason why secret territories were abandoned was undoubtedly because the origin was taken away or destroyed. This caused the power to gradually fade and eventually disappear. The treasures also lost their source with the loss of the origin power and could not be regenerated. However, there were still some treasures that were buried deep in the secret territory. They were not discovered and were not taken away. They were left behind as fish that escaped the net. Entering an abandoned secret territory to look for treasures was purely a matter of luck. It was as difficult as looking for a new secret territory. What's a half-step great emperor doing here? A sneer sounded from the sky. Two great emperors flew past quickly, but Chu-Mu ignored them. Wherever his mental power covered, everything was gray. Chu-Mu used his mental power to stimulate the aura of the sword principle origin power and spread it out. This way, it would be easier to find treasures. Treasures in abandoned secret territories might not exist, but they might exist in any place. Whether one could find them or not depended on luck. Chu Mu's luck was obviously good. Not long after, he felt the aura of treasures. It was the aura of the origin power, but it was very weak. Chu Mu stopped and unsheathed his sword. The sword light was extremely condensed, and he stabbed it into the ground. The sword light spiraled like a drill. Under the spiraling sword light, the hard ground was split open like tofu, and the sword continued onwards. Chu Mu stabbed the sword 5 times in a row. Every stab landed on the same spot and kept going deeper. After a few hundred meters, the sword light seemed to have softened and turned into a rope. It curled and lifted. A stone flew up and fell into Chu Mu's hand. The aura of the origin power suddenly became clear. This was a thunder origin stone. In other words, this abandoned secret territory used to be a thunder secret territory. Thunder origin stone. A surprised voice sounded. 3 tyrannical auras immediately locked onto Chu Mu. Second Step Emperor Realm. Chu Mu's expression turned solemn. Out of the 3 auras that locked onto him, 2 of them were at the initial stage of the Second Step Emperor Realm, while the last one was at the advanced stage of the Second Step Emperor Realm. In an instant, the 3 of them appeared in front of Chu Mu. Half-Step Emperor Realm experts, hand over the Thunder Origin Stone and we'll spare your life. The high-level Second Step Emperor Realm expert looked down at Chu Mu and spoke in a tone as if he was looking at an ant. Scram! Chu Mu replied with a single word. At the same time, the snow jade sword in his hand released its aura. The aura that belonged to a 3rd Step Emperor Realm expert caused the 3 Second Step Emperor Realm experts' expressions to change. There was a trace of fear in their eyes as they looked at Chu Mu. Chapter 2246. If it were any other half-step Emperor Realm expert facing 3 Second Step Emperor Realm experts, their legs would have turned to jelly and their bodies would have stiffened. However, Chu Mu wasn't afraid in the slightest. Even so, he knew that even though he wasn't weak and could fight against a low-level First Step Emperor Realm expert, he wasn't a match for a mid-level First Step Emperor Realm expert, not to mention a Second Step Emperor Realm expert. There was an obvious difference in strength between every small rank in the Emperor Realm. Even so, Chu Mu wouldn't hand over the Lightning Source Stone with both hands because he had found it himself. If they wanted to snatch it away, they would need to have the strength to do so. If Chu Mu couldn't fight against them, he would have to use his trump card. The 3 Second Step Emperor Realm experts had never imagined that Huang Xiaolong would have such a trump card. However, after thinking about it, a half-step Emperor Realm expert who dared to come here alone definitely had something to rely on. But now they were in a deadlock. If they were scared off by a half-step Emperor Realm expert, they would become a big joke. However, if they didn't retreat, would they have to attack? If they attacked, they wouldn't have the confidence to defend against the other party's trump card. A 3rd Step Emperor Realm expert's power was enough to kill them. Chu Mu didn't dare to act rashly. If he moved, the other party might find an opening and attack him. Both sides were in a deadlock. It wasn't a good idea to continue like this. It was a waste of time. You have 2 choices. 1, retreat immediately. 2, I'll waste one of my trump cards and kill you. Chu Mu spoke in a neither fast nor slow manner, but his words were filled with threat. In an instant, the 3 Second Step Emperor Realm experts' faces turned ugly. They were threatened by a half-step Emperor Realm expert who was like an ant in their eyes. However, they couldn't retaliate against this threat. They felt like vomiting blood. Very good. Junior, I'll remember you. The Second Step Emperor Realm expert glared at Chu Mu fiercely as he spoke. It was as if he wanted to skin Chu Mu alive. In the end, the 3 Second Step Great Emperors had no choice but to retreat. They didn't want to be stuck in a stalemate and miss out on other opportunities to find treasures. When the 3 Second Step Great Emperors disappeared, Chu Mu finally let out a sigh of relief. In fact, Chu Mu still felt a lot of pressure when facing 3 undefeatable experts. During that period of time, he was highly focused and forgot about everything else. Otherwise, the slightest distraction would have given his opponents an opportunity to attack him. Under such intense concentration, the exhaustion was obvious. Hence, as soon as he relaxed, Chu Mu felt exhausted. He put away the Thunder Origin Stone in his hand. Right at this time, a sudden change occurred. A black ray of light pierced through the void and attacked Chu Mu. Chu Mu's expression greatly changed. His entire body unconsciously trembled, and his hair stood on end. The shocking icy killing intent caused his hair to stand on end, as if there was a cold current flowing down his spine. Chu Mu's mind instantly focused. The Li-perishing sword in his hand, the sword 6 of the All Heavens sword style, counterattacked with extreme strength and speed, carrying the essence of using unchanging to counter all changes. From the moment Chu Mu relaxed to the sudden change in situation to Chu Mu's counterattack, the entire process was extremely short. It didn't even take 1/100th of a breath's time. It was as if he had suddenly risen to a high place, fell down, and rushed back up again. The intense stimulation couldn't be described with words. The indescribable trembling made Chu Mu understand something in an instant, but he couldn't grasp it. The 6th sword collided with the black ray of light. However, the black ray of light dissipated in an instant. It spread out like smoke and turned into countless tiny black rays of light. Each of the black rays of light was astonishingly sharp as they shot towards every part of Chu Mu's body. Attack after attack, the attack was endless. It didn't give Chu Mu the slightest chance to breathe. It was as if it was afraid that Chu Mu would take out the snow jade sword away. In the face of such a dense and continuous attack, Chu Mu was indeed unable to take out the snow jade sword away. This was because the moment he took out the snow jade sword away, he would be hit. The sudden attack didn't kill Chu Mu. He gradually grasped the opportunity. The 4th layer of the immemorial sword seal, the heavenly sword rune. With his strength increased, Chu Mu waved his sword and shattered the countless black rays of light. It was a life and death crisis. A black shadow appeared behind him very strangely. The black ray of light shot down with astonishing, killing intent. However, it was blocked by Chu Mu's sword. The sword trembled, and the vibrating power washed away. He waved his sword to counterattack. At the same time, Chu Mu also seized the opportunity to take out the snow jade sword away. The moment he took out the snow jade sword away, the black shadow immediately retreated and escaped into the void. Chu Mu couldn't capture its aura. Even if Chu Mu used the aura of the sword principal origin to search, it was to no avail. It was as if the black shadow had already gone far away and disappeared without a trace. However, Chu Mu didn't dare to let down his guard. Just now, when he let down his guard, the attack suddenly came. Who knew if the black shadow was still hiding in the void and waiting for him to let down his guard to attack again? Fortunately, the black shadow's strength wasn't very strong. It was only a first-step Emperor Realm expert. Its strongest point was its ability to hide. Otherwise, Chu Mu would be in danger. Maintaining a high level of vigilance, Chu Mu didn't put away the snow jade sword of Wei in his left hand. He maintained a uniform speed as he moved forward. The aura of the sword principal origin covered the surroundings with pure spiritual power. He wanted to see if he could find any treasures. On the other hand, Chu Mu discovered that after the pressure from the 3 second-step emperors and the sudden attack from the Black Shadow, his bottleneck seemed to have loosened. It seems like life and death is the best training. Chu Mu thought to himself. However, life and death were also extremely dangerous. Sometimes, if he failed to train, he could be killed and lose everything. It was like walking on a tightrope. Below him was a mountain of blades. Under the high level of vigilance, Chu Mu didn't suffer any more attacks. Perhaps the Black Shadow had already left, or perhaps it was hiding in the surroundings, waiting for an opportunity to attack. The feeling of having to be on guard against assassination at any time and place gave Chu Mu a very strange feeling. Under this feeling, the bottleneck seemed to loosen up a bit. After a period of time, Chu Mu didn't find any treasures. However, he encountered the 3 second-step emperors from before. When the 3 second-step emperors saw Chu Mu, their faces were gloomy. If looks could kill, Chu Mu would have been killed countless times. This person found more than a dozen lightning origin stones. One of the 3 second-step emperors suddenly said, deliberately exaggerating the facts, there were other great emperors around. Hearing this, their gazes instantly fell on Chu Mu's face. The gazes of the great emperors were all focused on Chu Mu's face. Their overbearing, sharp, and cold gazes instantly brought great pressure to Chu Mu. His originally highly concentrated state of mind became even more tense. With a thought, Chu Mu immediately released the aura of the snow jade sword. The energy fluctuation that belonged to a 3rd-step emperor spread out, intimidating everyone. As expected, a group of great emperors was intimidated. They looked at the snow jade sword in Chu Mu's left hand with fear. However, there was one great emperor who wasn't intimidated because he was a 3rd-step great emperor. Are you going to hand it over yourself, or do you want me to kill you? The 3rd-step great emperor stared at Chu Mu calmly. It wasn't that he didn't fear Chu Mu, but he was confident that he could withstand Chu Mu's attack. However, he didn't dare to let his guard down. The energy in his body surged, and the aura of the great Tao filled the air, ready to erupt at any time. Chu Mu had 3 snow jade swords that possessed the strength of a 3rd-step great emperor. However, his opponent was a true 3rd-step great emperor. In addition to the 3rd-step great emperor, there were more than a dozen 2nd-step and 1st-step great emperors. No matter what, Chu Mu couldn't withstand them. A 3rd-step great emperor, a dozen 2nd-step great emperors, and 1st-step great emperors undoubtedly brought great pressure to Chu Mu. There might even be a great emperor assassin hiding in the void. Chu Mu's heart trembled. He felt like a lamb that had entered a pack of wolves. 1 origin stone might not be enough to move a 3rd-step great emperor, but a dozen origin stones were very attractive. Even a 1st-step great emperor wouldn't be able to withstand such pressure. However, Chu Mu didn't collapse from the pressure. On the contrary, an indescribable feeling emerged from the depths of his heart. It was as if he was trembling with fear, but also as if he was excited and excited. It was a very strange feeling. It was as if he was drunk or as if he was walking on clouds. It was as if he had lost all his strength, but also as if his entire body was filled with great power. His heartbeat was more than 10 times faster than usual. Under such intense heartbeat, his qi and blood were transmitted to every part of his body at a speed 10 times faster than usual. His skin turned red as if it was being roasted by the high temperature, emitting waves of heat. His mind power became extremely active. It was as if thousands of waves were rolling up from a calm sea. An endless storm attacked. His origin energy rushed out of his dantian uncontrollably and wreaked havoc in his meridians. It was as if his meridians were about to break out and wreak havoc in his body. All of this seemed to have exceeded Chu Mu's expectations. His consciousness seemed to have become a bystander, observing the changes in his body from an unbelievable angle. His heartbeat seemed to be getting faster and faster, and his qi and blood surged more and more violently. Gradually, it seemed as if his qi and origin energy were mixing together. His mind power was like a tsunami or a volcanic eruption. Will my body explode if this continues? Chu Mu couldn't help but wonder. The situation was out of his control, and he couldn't stop it. Am I going to break through? Another thought popped up. Previously, he had been looking for opportunities to break through, but now he was breaking through the bottleneck because of the pressure from the dozen great emperors. However, even if he was going to break through, it wasn't safe to do so in such a place. With a flash of spiritual light, Chu Mu's figure disappeared in front of the dozen great emperors in an instant. Chapter 2247. Where is he? In the abandoned secret realm, dozens of great emperors stared at the spot where Chu Mu had disappeared. They were unable to react in time. A half-step great emperor had disappeared right under their noses. They could not sense his aura at all. It was unbelievable. The three-step great emperor's face turned ghastly pale. After disappearing from the abandoned secret realm, Chu Mu appeared in a vast land. The sky was blood-red and the ground was reddish-brown. Dense killing intent filled the air. This was the massacre realm. Yes, Chu Mu had used the opportunity to enter the massacre realm at any time at the critical moment. If he did not use it now, when would he? Back then, when he was in the slaughter world, he had obtained a chance to leave the slaughter world and a chance to enter the slaughter world at any time, as well as a token that could create a space-time gate in the slaughter world. He had kept them and never used them so that he could use them at a critical moment. Facing the pressure of dozens of great emperors, Chu Mu's originally loose bottleneck began to break through. He entered a state of breakthrough. There was no one around when he entered the massacre realm. There were no massacre beasts around. Only then would his breakthrough not be disturbed. His mental power became more active, and it turned from a small storm into a huge one. It swept wildly as if it wanted to destroy everything. His chi and blood surged like a torrent of magma in a volcanic eruption. His origin power flowed like the water of the sea, and his sword path origin beat violently like a heart. All in all, Chu Mu's body was going through an indescribable but enormous change. It was a metamorphosis. It was a metamorphosis of life. It was a metamorphosis of life. There was an essential difference between a great emperor's life and a life below the great emperor realm. The blood-red sky above Chu Mu's head suddenly changed. The clouds surged, and the traces of the great Tao appeared. It caused a great commotion. Who was going to break through? Is he going to break through to the great emperor realm? With such a huge fluctuation, it's definitely not an ordinary breakthrough. Although there were many guesses and discussions, nobody went there. Breaking through to the great emperor realm wasn't something special. Besides, those who broke through to the great emperor realm would definitely have other strong cultivators protecting them. They never thought that Chu Mu would have no one to protect him. Strange sounds continuously rang out from within his body, as if something was exploding. Wave after wave, Chu Mu's body trembled incessantly. He felt as if his spiritual world was being destroyed by the violent explosion. Even his soul seemed to be blown apart. His meridians, bones, and everything else in his body were blown apart in an instant. Even his firm and stable dantian was not spared. Currently, Chu Mu only appeared to be intact on the outside, but in reality his insides were constantly exploding. Every explosion impacted his skin, causing his skin to be tempered time and time again, becoming tougher and tougher. The truth-seeking technique was circulating naturally. The brand new great true force swept through every part of Chu Mu's body, completely integrating his yuan, li, qi, blood, and mental strength. Previously, Chu Mu's truth-seeking technique would cultivate the great true force. However, his mental strength, qi, and yuan li would still exist separately. The integration wasn't complete. Now, it had entered into a complete integration. This was a transformation of the truth-seeking technique. The great true force gradually wasn't limited to his meridians, muscles, and bones. It was circulating all over Chu Mu's body. Every time it circulated, Chu Mu's body would recover and then shatter again. In the process of recovery and shattering again and again, Chu Mu endured intense pain and his body became stronger and stronger. In the sky, the traces of the great Tao became more obvious and peculiar. When a cultivator broke through to the great emperor realm, the traces of the great Tao would appear. The traces of the great Tao that appeared were closely related to the law that the cultivator comprehended. For example, when a person who comprehended the law of thunder and the law of fire broke through to the great emperor realm. The traces of the great Tao that appeared would be the great Tao of thunder and the great Tao of fire. At this time, Chu Mu's breakthrough revealed traces of the great Tao of sword and 3 other great Tao in the sky. However, the traces of the 3 great Tao were very peculiar. One could vaguely recognize that one of them was related to mental strength and seemed to be the rare great Tao of spirit. One was related to physique and seemed to be the great Tao of physique, cultivation. The last one was related to Yuan Li and seemed to be the great Tao of origin. Whether it was the great Tao of spirit, physique, cultivation, or great Tao of origin, they were all very rare great Taos for the human clan. However, they were essential great Taos for the divine clan, devil clan, and Yuan clan. The traces of the 4 great Tao in the sky revolved around the great Tao of spirit, physique, cultivation, and great Tao of origin distributed around the great Tao of sword as if they were protecting it. They slowly rotated. Immediately after, the great Tao of spirit, physique, cultivation, and great Tao of origin slowly sank. They approached each other and collided. Violent sounds rang out. The momentum was shocking, and a storm swept across. According to the normal breakthrough, the great Tao of the divine clan's great Tao of spirit would manifest. Then one's own mental strength would combine with one's soul and finally condense into the divine soul. That was the foundation of the divine clan. The devil clan's great Tao of origin would combine with one's great Tao of origin and condense into the great Tao of origin. Chu Mu was not from the divine clan, the devil clan, or even the Yuan clan. However, he had absorbed the essence of the divine clan's martial arts, the devil clan's martial arts, and the Yuan clan's martial arts and integrated them into his self-created truth-seeking technique. Therefore, his breakthrough would definitely not be the same as the other human clans. The great true force rotated continuously in his body. It had already absorbed all of Chu Mu's mental strength, qi, blood, and great Tao of origin. Within his great Tao of origin, something similar to the great Tao of origin also shattered. A strong, majestic, and pure energy emerged. Then the traces of the great Tao of spirit, physique, cultivation, and great Tao of origin that were colliding above also fell and entered Chu Mu's body. Immediately after, the great Tao of sword fell. The final metamorphosis began as well. Rumbling sounds reverberated incessantly. Chu Mu's body automatically flew up into the sky. His body was undergoing a drastic change. Under the rotation of the great true force, it gradually compressed towards the center. A shadow appeared behind Chu Mu's back. The shadow looked very strange. It was in the shape of a wheel with 12 corners. The wheel could be of various colors and emitted many mysterious auras. Its appearance was like a wheel or a millstone. As it rotated, endless mysteries evolved within it. The wheel became clearer and more condensed. Gradually, it emitted an aura that was similar to the origin of the universe. A shadow appeared in the sky. It was the shadow of the wheel behind Chu Mu. It was huge and covered an area of tens of thousands of meters. It was like a huge wheel that suppressed the heavens. What is that? What a huge wheel. What a terrifying aura. Is someone really breaking through to the great emperor realm? They had never seen or heard of such an aura before. Such a vast and tyrannical vision instantly attracted many people. One by one, they flew over at a shocking speed. Gradually, the wheel behind Chu Mu became more solid. It looked like it was cast with a special material. The wheel that was gold, silver, and black flew into Chu Mu's body. Chu Mu's body trembled, and the two merged perfectly. Under the flowing light, it covered Chu Mu's entire body. After a while, the light retracted, and Chu Mu's body appeared again. It seemed different from before. With a loud boom, an extremely tyrannical aura burst out from Chu Mu's body. It rushed in all directions. The aura was overbearing, vast, and deep. It also had an extreme sharpness. What powerful strength! Chu Mu exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. The power was many times stronger than before. It made Chu Mu feel like he was dreaming. Was this the power after stepping into the great Emperor realm? Thinking about it, Chu Mu had just broken through. His cultivation was only at the first step Emperor realm. Soon after, Chu Mu circulated the truth-seeking technique. The image of a wheel loomed around his body. When Chu Mu looked into his body, he saw a mysterious wheel that was slowly rotating in the deepest part of his body. The God race has the divine soul, the devil race has the devil soul, and the Yuan race has the Yuan heart. Then, the wheel that I condense will be called the Great True Wheel. Chu Mu thought to himself, the reason why the great emperors of the God race, devil race, and Yuan race were stronger than the human race was because they had the divine soul, devil soul, and Yuan heart. The Great True Wheel that Chu Mu had condensed was similar in nature to the divine soul, devil soul, and Yuan heart. However, it gathered the essence of the three and merged with the foundation of the human race. It was more profound and powerful than a single divine soul, devil soul, and Yuan heart. When Huang Xiaolong circulated the truth-seeking technique, the true force released by the Great True Will was even more terrifying. I wonder how strong I am now. Chu Mu thought to himself. A light flickered in his eyes. Before he had broken through, his strength was enough to fight against an ordinary first-step Emperor Realm expert. Now that he had broken through to the great Emperor Realm, there was a qualitative leap in his strength. His strength had become even more terrifying. Chu Mu was 100% sure that an ordinary first-step Emperor Realm expert wouldn't be his opponent. Even a mid-level first-step Emperor Realm expert wouldn't be his opponent. However, he wasn't sure if he could break through to the next level. The difference between each level of the Emperor Realm was obvious. A mid-level Emperor Realm expert could easily defeat a low-level Emperor Realm expert. Someone is coming. While he was thinking, Chu Mu felt a powerful aura coming from afar. With a thought, Chu Mu knew that someone must have sensed the aura here and rushed over after seeing the strange phenomenon. Chu Mu didn't want to meet them face to face. There was no need for that. With a thought, his figure disappeared. After Chu Mu's main body broke through to the Emperor Realm, his God race Avatar Shin Luokong and Devil race Avatar Shinga Jinxi were also affected and obtained the opportunity to break through. Chapter 2248. In the massacre world, experts rushed over from all directions. When they arrived at their destination, they realized that there was no one there. There were only faint traces of the great Tao's aura fluctuations. The experts looked at each other, and there was an indescribable sense of regret in their hearts. That kind of fluctuation was obviously caused by someone breaking through to the Emperor Realm. However, the fluctuation was huge and the phenomenon was shocking. If they could recognize it, it would definitely be beneficial to them. At the very least, they would be able to experience it. Unfortunately, they were one step too late. In the Origin World secret territory, a figure suddenly appeared in the abandoned secret territory. The moment Chu Mu used the opportunity to leave the massacre world, he circulated the truth-seeking technique with all his strength. The Great True Will shook violently. Behind Chu Mu, there seemed to be a faint image of the Great True Wheel. He held the Li Perishing Sword in his right hand and the Snow Jade Sword in his left hand. He was ready to attack at any time. The place where he appeared was exactly where he had left. It was the place where he had been surrounded by more than a dozen Emperor Realm experts. Now that he had returned, those Emperor Realm experts had already left. After all, Chu Mu had spent several hours to break through from half-step Emperor Realm to Emperor Realm after entering the massacre world. Those Emperor Realm experts' purpose was to enter the abandoned secret territory to search for treasures. It was impossible for them to wait in the same place. With a sword in one hand and the Snow Jade Sword in the other, Chu Mu executed the world's end near at hand and flew forward rapidly. He had executed the first stage of the world's end near at hand technique. In terms of pure speed, he had reached the pinnacle. When he had executed the first stage of the world's near-at-hand technique at the peak of half-step Emperor Realm, his speed was comparable to a low-level first-step Emperor Realm expert. Now that he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation, his overall speed had improved by leaps and bounds. The aura of the Sword Tao's origin spread out in all directions. The range was more than 10 times larger than before. Moreover, it penetrated deeper into the ground and became clearer. In this way, Chu Mu could search for treasures more easily. After a period of time, Chu Mu did not find any treasures. However, he accidentally found one of the Emperor Realm experts who had surrounded him. This person was a high-level Emperor Realm expert. Just nice. I'll use you to test my current strength. Chu Mu thought to himself. His talent was at the pinnacle of the peerless geniuses. Fighting across realms was as easy as eating and drinking for him. Even though the gap between each realm and the Emperor Realm was huge, Chu Mu was confident that with his current strength, he could definitely defeat a mid-level first-step Emperor Realm expert. He could even put up a fight against a high-level first-step Emperor Realm expert. It's you. When Chu Mu flew over, the high-level Emperor Realm Master was stunned for a second. Then a sinister smile appeared on his face. He was still thinking about the 10 pieces of lightning origin stones that Chu Mu had obtained, even if there was only one. That's me. Chu Mu replied unhurriedly. His speed suddenly increased, and he turned into a sword light. In an instant he rushed out. The sword light broke through the air and was astonishingly sharp. This was only the stab of the basic sword technique. In order to determine his current strength, Chu Mu naturally had to use the most basic technique to be more accurate. The sword light pierced through the air and arrived in front of the high-level Emperor Realm expert in an instant. The speed of this sword was too fast, faster than he had expected. He hastily dodged and counterattacked. His blade slashed down. The fiery red blade light burned with raging flames, and the aura of the Grand Tao of Fire was extremely clear. It was as if the power of a volcanic eruption was vividly displayed in this blade light. However, the sword tip of Chu Mu's sword pierced through the raging flame saber light, directly hitting its weak point and shattering the saber light. His wrist lightly shook, and a shock wave of energy surged out, directly knocking away the opponent's large saber and pushing the sword straight in. The high-level Emperor Realm expert's expression changed once again. He waved his blade with both hands, and countless blade lights covered the surroundings, blocking Chu Mu's piercing attack. However, Chu Mu's sword seemed to have a spirit of its own as it pierced through the gaps between the blade lights. It pierced through the opponent's forehead. All the blade lights disappeared like smoke. The high-level Emperor Realm expert's forehead was pierced through by the Li Perishing Sword. His eyes were wide open, and they were filled with disbelief. He, a high-level Emperor Realm expert, was killed by an ant-like half-step Emperor Realm expert. Oh, no, the other party's cultivation had already broken through to the low-level Emperor Realm. However, even a low-level Emperor Realm expert couldn't be this strong. The Emperor Realm expert's forehead was pierced through, and his soul was destroyed. He couldn't think at all, and his eyes lost their luster. Chu Mu pulled his sword back and shook off the blood on the blade. He was stunned by the outcome. A high-level Emperor Realm expert was easily killed by him. Moreover, he didn't use his full strength and didn't use any other powerful sword techniques. Perhaps the high-level Emperor Realm expert didn't use his full strength. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he didn't have the chance. Simply put, Chu Mu's strength exceeded his by more than a little. That was why he didn't have the chance to use his full strength. This was an obvious suppression in terms of strength. Even a peak first-step Emperor Realm expert wouldn't be able to suppress a high-level Emperor Realm expert like this. Moreover, he could kill him with a simple move. Chu Mu guessed inwardly. If that's the case, my strength should be able to surpass a peak first-step Emperor Realm expert. However, I wonder how big the gap is between me and a low-level second-step Emperor Realm expert? A low-level first-step Emperor Realm expert was stronger than a peak first-step Emperor Realm expert. Such a huge leap gave Chumu a pleasant surprise. Stepping into the Emperor Realm was the true path of an expert. A first-step Emperor Realm expert was considered one of the lower levels in the Emperor Realm, especially a low-level first-step Emperor Realm expert. They were at the bottom of the Emperor Realm. However, a peak first-step Emperor Realm expert wasn't considered weak. At the very least, a peak first-step Emperor Realm expert would have the ability to protect himself. In other words, only after stepping into the Emperor Realm would one be qualified to roam the Chaos Void. After killing a high-level first-step Emperor Realm expert, Chumu naturally kept his spatial ring. Naturally, the huge blade he used became his spoils of war. This huge blade belonged to an Emperor Realm expert. Now that my cultivation has broken through to the Emperor Realm, my strength has reached the pinnacle of a first-step Emperor Realm expert. However, since I just broke through, my cultivation isn't very stable yet. Moreover, after breaking through, I can improve in many aspects. Chumu thought to himself, the Li Perishing Sword is still a top-grade spiritual sword. I need to upgrade it to the Emperor Realm. Other aspects, like the All Heavens Sword Dao, can also be improved. After verifying his strength, Chumu, who had a clear train of thought, decided to leave this abandoned secret realm and return to the ancient Sword City. He would then enter the first stage of the Primal Universe. He would make use of the Primal Universe's cultivation environment to consolidate his cultivation and improve his comprehension and accumulation. Making a prompt decision, Chumu went back the way he came. Not long after, he encountered another strong enemy. "It's you again." When the voice was heard, Chumu was targeted by 3 auras. The 3 auras were very strong. They had surpassed the first step, Great Emperor Realm, and reached the second step, Great Emperor Realm. Chumu recognized the 3 second step, Great Emperors at a glance. They were the ones who had surrounded him and were forced to retreat. They had framed him for obtaining 10 Thunder Origin Stones and wanted to use other Great Emperors to deal with him. Under the strong pressure, he had broken through the bottleneck. Fortunately, he had a chance to enter the massacre sector anytime and anywhere. Otherwise, he might have died. Towards these 3 second step emperors, Chumu had killing intent in his heart. The moment he saw the 3 second step great emperors, the killing intent in Chumu's heart surged. Without hesitation, he performed the 4th level of the Immemorial Sword Seal. The Immemorial Sword Seal was such a powerful Sword Dao secret technique. It wasn't limited by one's cultivation level. The more levels one cultivated, the sharpness would be amplified. As for the Sky Sword rune, Chumu didn't activate it, because his cultivation had broken through. The Sky Sword rune's power was no longer enough to support his Emperor Realm cultivation. Under the 40% sharpness amplification, Chumu's aura reached a shocking level. The Li Perishing Sword turned into a streak of light as it pierced through the void. It was so fast that it seemed to cut the void open. A layer of blood dyed the void red. It was the color of fresh blood, and it carried a shocking killing intent as it attacked one of the second step great emperors. The All Heavens Sword Art's 9th sword. This sword art was the All Heavens Sword Art's most powerful sword art. Facing an enemy, Chumu didn't make a move. The moment he made a move, he used his most powerful sword art. He swore to kill the other party, because the other party was a second step great emperor. Chumu didn't know if he could defeat him. Thus, he could only use 100% of his strength. The blood-red sword light pierced through the void. Shocking killing intent made the second step great emperor's face turn ashen. His heart felt like it had fallen into an ice cellar, and a chill ran down his spine. This sword art made him smell the danger of death. The other 2 second step great emperor's expressions changed, and they immediately attacked. The second step Great Emperor's long spear pierced through the void like a venomous dragon. The space under the spear cracked inch by inch. The other low-level second step Emperor Realm cultivator formed a seal with both of his hands and slammed his palm down from the sky. The massive palm slammed down like a mountain, and the terrifying pressure made Chumu feel as if his bones were about to break. In the next breath, Chumu's body was pierced through by the spear light and shattered by the palm. However, there was a strange feeling as if the flow of time had changed. Chumu's real body appeared in front of him, and the blood-red sword light continued to press forward. Worlds end near at hand's third stage time. The second step Great Emperor dodged the blood-red sword light, but he was still a step too slow. The blood-red sword light pierced through his neck, and his head was about to be chopped off. However, an Emperor Realm expert's life essence had increased. Even if his head was chopped off, as long as his soul wasn't damaged, he wouldn't die. He could still reattach his head. The other 2 second step Great Emperors attacked again,